Lwazi? Ben, Lwazi, Ben. Lwazi, are we?
Good morning, Chair.
Yeah, are we correcting in terms of the members?
Yes, we are correcting, Chairperson.
Okay.
Good morning,
Okay.
Chairperson.
Morning, Dad.
Recording in progress.
Honorable members of the Portfolio Committee of Public Works and Infrastructure, the team that supports the Portfolio Committee from Parliament, the Office of the Auditor-General, the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, and all those that are watching and will be participating in our Portfolio Committee meeting today. Greetings to you all. We are at that time of the year in which we have to deal with BRRRs. And as such, we will be getting a briefing, a detailed one from the Office of the Auditor General in how the department and its entities has performed. What is not being done, what is being done, how is their performance, what are the recommendations that we should take as the Portfolio Committee, how are they faring when we are comparing with the previous years that we have received the reports from Auditor General. So this meeting of today will be dealing with that. But because we won't be having any plenary, so today it's a full day, honorable members. We'll be having this meeting this morning with Auditor General. And then in the afternoon, we'll be, in fact, not necessarily in the afternoon, we'll only have a 30 minutes break. And then at 12:30, we will be dealing with the department and PMTE. Even tomorrow will also be a full day. So for the next 2 days, starting today, it will be 3 days, we will be having full days in ensuring that we deal with all the department and the entities and the report of Auditor General. But before we invite Auditor General, because we are starting a new quarter, so we have to adopt the program of this quarter. So do we have any apologies, Lwazi?
Good morning, Chairperson. Chairperson, I have an apology from Honorable Van Staden, and I have an apology of Honorable Van Schalkwyk. Then I have an apology for Minister Zikalala. That's all, Chairperson.
Thank you, Lwazi. Any other apology, honorable members, other than these apologies that we have received? Okay, in the absence of those apologies, then can we then share the program of this term? If you can bear with us, Auditor General, that we then deal with this. It won't be long, 10 minutes max. Honorable members, we are having this program that will be utilizing moving forward in this term or quarter. I understand that it was sent to all of you yesterday. This is the program that is going to be our working tool this term. Any questions? The petition that has been referred to us by the Speaker, because at the time we had already tried to also have a draft of the program. So it will be our last item on Tuesday, the 5th of December, because on the 6th of December, Wednesday, there will be a plenary that will start at 10. So we won't be having a meeting. Our meeting will be on Tuesday. So honorable members, can I then have a mover that we adopt this program for this term as our working tool moving forward. May I have a mover? Honorable Njobo.
Greetings to you, Chair, and the members. I like to move the adoption of the program.
Thank you, Honorable Njobo. May I have a second, honorable members?
I will second the program, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Sihlolo. That is then our program for this term. I now invite Auditor-General to present their report about the performance of the Department of Public Works and its entities to us. Over to you, Auditor-General.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Good morning to yourself. Good morning to the honorable members of the Portfolio Committee. My name is Londoloza Songwevu, and I am responsible for the Public Works portfolio. My first year in this cycle. Previously, I was responsible for another portfolio, but through rotation, I found myself being responsible for the audit of the entities within the Public Works portfolio. I am not alone. I am with my team. It's a number of us. I've asked them to join the meeting, Honorable Chairperson, so that they are able to assist me when it comes to taking questions after the actual presentation itself. That being said, Chairperson, I have requested for rights to present on my side. I have been given. I will control the presentation myself as I go along. Chair, can you confirm that you can see it?
We can see the presentation, and I hope all the members can see it clearly.
Chair, through you, Chair, can I also request that maybe I don't keep my video on so that it doesn't interfere with the network?
Okay, fine.
Okay. Technology. There we go. I think I'm good to go, Chair. So I'll start with our mission and vision, which really defines our constitutional existence as that of an enabler of oversight, accountability, and governance in the public sector through the audit work that we do, thereby ensuring that we remain a relevant supreme audit institution insofar as our stakeholders are concerned. We do this, Chairperson, through the implementation of our Culture Shift 2030 strategy, which is a blueprint really on how we can influence a mind shift in the public sector. This strategy encourages all of us to have the lived experiences of our citizens in mind in everything that we do. In this particular slide, Honorable Chairperson, is really a pictorial illustration of how lives of the citizens can be negatively impacted if public works as a sector does not fulfill its mandate accordingly. We also realize and acknowledge that we as an organization cannot achieve this mind shift in the public sector through our own efforts alone, but through a collaborative effort with other key stakeholders or role players within the ecosystem. And how we are implementing that is, we're redesigning our processes so that they are able to provide us with meaningful insights which we then share with the leadership as well as the decision makers in all of these organizations or entities that we audit. The view is therefore that those insights will then be incorporated by the officials and those, like I said, that lead the organizations. They will incorporate these insights into their controls and daily processes in an effort to improve their control environment. And when we don't see any movement after having engaged leadership and decision makers, we then turn to those that provide support and oversight. Organizations such as the coordinating departments, the treasuries, the presidency, public service and administration, as well as yourselves as a portfolio committee. We will then reach out to yourselves and others that provide oversight with the view to empower yourselves to ensure that when you implement your oversight role, you do so in an effective manner. And when we still don't see any movement in terms of improvements around the control environments, we will then turn into the enforcement tools that have been given to the organization in order to then force those that are charged with governance, to then implement whatever it is that needs to be done in order to improve their processes. That being said, Honorable Chairperson, I'll then turn into the actual audit outcomes for the public works portfolio for the 2022-23 financial year. Overall, Chairperson, year on year, there has been an improvement, and it is largely due to the fact that at PMTE, which had a disclaimer in the prior year, management was able, through dialogue and engagements with ourselves, to eventually come up with a reconciliation that was credible, that supported the changes to the immovable asset register that were made in the prior year, so which last year led to the disclaimer. So this year we were satisfied that after all the efforts, the final reconciliation was able to support those changes, and the issue of a disclaimer was therefore resolved. And at CIDB, Honorable Chairperson and members, we also had a disagreement on an issue around, and it was a technical issue around how to make certain adjustments in order to ensure that the revenue at CIDB was complete. At the time, management disagreed with ourselves, and leading into this cycle, management was also considering taking us to court in order to try and resolve that particular disagreement. However, as an organization, we enhanced our dispute resolution mechanisms in the current year. And before the beginning of this audit cycle, we then encouraged management to fully utilize that dispute resolution process, which at the end, it was used by management, and the issue was then resolved, and it led to management finally agreeing and seeing why there was a need for CIDB to make the necessary adjustment to their revenue. And the issue was therefore, the issue of the qualification was then resolved in the current year. However, Honorable Chairperson, there is a concern that remains when it comes to the parliamentary village, because the entity has still not been able to produce financial statements for us to audit. And this has been the case since 2014. Through our assessment, we've attributed this to a lack of a stable governance structure or a board as required by the Act to manage the affairs of the entity. And then maybe lastly on the overall outcomes, if you look at the MTSF period or since the first year of the administration, the outcomes have remained the same largely in that the portfolio has one clean audit, 3 audits that are unqualified but with material findings on either performance information and or compliance with key legislation. 2 were modified, which is qualified, and that is PMTE as well as IDT. And then, as I mentioned earlier, we've got the parliamentary village, which has not submitted financial statements. So that makes it 7 entities that we are reporting on today, Honorable Chairperson. If we then move to the areas that influence the audit outcomes, the first one is around the reporting on the performance of the entities. So out of the 7, 5 report on their performance. The 2 that do not is PMTE, because its performance is reported as part of Public Works, as well as the parliamentary village, which I've spoken to in the previous slide. Out of the 5 that report on their performance, we found that 3 of them, which is the CIDB, the CBE, as well as the agreement SA, those were able to produce credible performance information that was supported by sufficient audit evidence. However, Public Works, the department itself, as well as IDT, management could not provide certain information for us to then conclude that some of the achievements that are reported are indeed reliable. So at IDT, we scoped in 1 program, which is the integrated service delivery. And in that particular program, we did identify in 4 indicators instances where management was not able to provide the sufficient evidence that would then give us or get us into a position where we can provide assurance on the achievements that were then reported. This therefore makes it very difficult to actually discern the extent of services that are delivered by the entity in relation to that particular program. And it is a key program in terms of the mandate of the Public Works as a sector. At the department itself, we looked at 11 indicators and scoped in 5 out of that 11. From the 5 that we then scoped in and audited, the Honorable Chairperson, we found that in 3 of them, management again could not provide us with sufficient audit evidence to support some of the achievements reported in those 3 programs. Similarly to IDT, we were therefore not in a position to confirm the level of contribution towards improving service delivery that those 3 indicators had reported on. Another area that we look at in relation to the performance information that is reported, we also made an analysis, Honorable Chairperson, on key programs. So we would have identified in each of the 5 entities the key programs that contribute towards the mandate of Public Works. And what we found is that only CIDB, if you look at their program, which is the provincial offices, was able to report achievements in all of the indicators that are included in that particular program. However, the other 4 entities, they reported around 50% of their targets having been achieved throughout the year. Now, this in terms of the analysis is a contributing factor to what we see generally in the portfolio and the sector as infrastructure not being available on time for use by the public. We therefore encourage the portfolio committee to hold management of those entities accountable in terms of achieving the targets that are included in these key programs that contribute to the mandate of Public Works. as a sector. Lastly, around performance analysis, we also identified 4 indicators within the MTSF in which public works is responsible for or is the lead. And we made an assessment of how far the sector, or at least the portfolio, has come in terms of ensuring that those MTSF targets are met. We note, Honorable Chairperson, that although a majority of these indicators, which is 3 out of the 4, appear to be on track, it is not immediately clear how those achievements have benefited or will benefit the general public as of the 31st of March 2023. The next area, Honorable Chairperson, that affects and influences the audit outcomes is around the financial reporting. So this is the reporting of transactions or financial transactions throughout the year. As I've mentioned earlier, PMTE managed to resolve the issue that led to a disclaimer of the asset register in the prior year. However, there are still a number of areas that still needs improvement in terms of the control environment, which then led to the entity receiving a modified audit outcome, in this case, a qualification on the financial statements. This is largely due to the fact that the entity continues to account for all of these transactions, which is a large volume thereof, largely through manual processes. And it is therefore becomes very difficult for management to be able to account for all of those in terms of the financial reporting framework. At IDT, there were challenges, or there are challenges around financial management controls around project-related transactions. By this, we mean that there's a need for proper monitoring of these transactions that relate to projects in order to be able for them to be recorded correctly in the financial year or in terms of the financial reporting framework. So management still has a challenge there in ensuring that all of the transactions, one, are recorded, and two, if they are recorded in the correct financial year. And therefore, both these entities have got a number of qualification areas that appear in their respective audit reports. What we've also found, Honorable Chairperson, is that the financial health of both these entities, that is IDT and PMTE, is concerning. They both have financial indicators that negatively affect their financial viability, so much so that we have reported or emphasized in their audit reports the material uncertainties relating to their going concern statuses. It is also maybe worth noting, Honorable Chairperson, that when it comes to PMTE, the business model may not necessarily be favorable to the entity, and leading to the client departments not necessarily being in a position to pay the debts that the PMTE rakes up on behalf of these client departments. As a result, we see that the department has now, Public Works, or the PMTE, now has to rely on overdraft, which increased largely in the current year in order to fund their operations. And in the same vein, have to write off about 75% of debts owing from these client departments. So that is something that also needs to be looked into, Honorable Chairperson. The third area that influence or impacts on the audit outcomes is the compliance with the key legislation. But before I get to how the entities have done, I thought we included this particular slide because there was a material change in how we've had to audit irregular expenditure in the current year. And this was due to the fact that National Treasury issued an instruction note which became effective in January this year. And this had an impact on how the opening irregular and fruitless wasteful expenditure and movements thereof are accounted for. In this case, they were moved from the financial statements to the annual report. However, we still made a decision to continue performing audit work on that irregular expenditure, even though it is not reported in the financial statements, but in the annual report. This we did so that we are still in a position to report somehow if there are any material inaccuracies in that irregular expenditure. And those will then report on them in the audit report, even though they will not affect, as it would have previously, the audit opinion itself. So that is what this slide is just there to also just encourage the committee, Honorable Chairperson, to engage robustly in the annual reports of the entities. That particular section there where irregular expenditure is disclosed, and provide your oversight responsibilities and play your role there in terms of how it is reported, more so where we found material issues reported. If we then look at the overall compliance with the key legislation, you will note, Honorable Chairperson and members, that all 5 out of the 6 that have reported, we found material misstatements or findings, when it comes to compliance with key legislation. Again, only the Council for Built Environment, CBE, did not have material findings when it comes to their compliance with key legislation. I just want to, then the next area or section, again, is in support of this compliance with key legislation, Honorable Chairperson, which is around the procurement processes implemented across the 6 entities. We found findings at IDT, PMTE, and the department. However, through our assessment, we then concluded that at PMTE and the public and the department itself, those findings that were in contravention of the procurement processes were not material. However, we caution that the management should ensure that these do not recur, because if they materialize again, there is a high probability that they will also then become material findings that we'll have to report on. However, at IDT, we did, through our assessment, found that indeed these procurement processes are material, and in the main, it will be based on a limitation in terms of some of the support that we requested, as well as issues around the procurement policy in the entity that needs to be looked at and revised so that it is in line with the prescript of the Treasury regulations. And as a result, Honorable Chairperson, of the weaknesses in the procurement disciplines, both at IDT and PMTE, we have seen a significant increase in the irregular expenditure reported in the current year. According to my calculation, of more than or plus minus 250% increase from 150 million or so to about 521 million or so in the current year. And again, as I've mentioned, the consequence of not being in a position to apply the 5 pillars of the procurement process, you'll find a situation where irregular expenditure, after it has been investigated, therefore increases by a large percentage. The When we then look at one of the areas around compliance with the key legislation, is the issue of consequence management, Honorable Chairperson. It is therefore concerning that consequence management has not been implemented on 250 billion or so. I mean, sorry, 2.5 billion or so. Sorry about that, Honorable Chairperson. A billion of irregular expenditure that was previously reported. Now, this means if this scenario persists, it means that the 500 million irregular expenditure that we reported on in the previous slide is likely to also add to this 2.5 billion in the next cycle if the disciplines of consequence management are not implemented across the portfolio. What then leads to is the issue of material irregularities that we, as the organization, therefore identify and notify and issue to accounting officers as well as accounting authorities. So far in the portfolio, we've got about 11 material irregularities, Honorable Chairperson, that we have issued and notified those that are charged with governance. At this point, the status is that we have had 4 of those material misstatements where we've made a decision that the correct steps are being taken, and we're satisfied that the control environment which led to those material irregularities has now been strengthened to a point where we are satisfied and we can close off on those material irregularities. And they relate to the state funerals irregularity that we would have raised in the past, as well as the state events. And we had 2 material irregularities on Bait Bridge, which also have since been closed because we are happy with the losses being recovered, disciplinary steps being taken against the responsible officials as well as the controls, as I've said before. And then the next area is around where we've had appropriate actions that are being taken, and we are happy with those. However, there's still weaknesses around the control environment so that it does not lead to a repeat of such instances. And those in the main relate to the lease overpayments. So we've had 3 in the past that we are now happy that management did recover those overpayments or in the process of recovering them, as well as the disciplinary actions taken against the officials. However, there's still concerns around the control environment around when it comes to these payments. So these particular material irregularities have not been closed off, even though we are happy with the actions that have been taken so far. We are also happy with the Mamelodi Magistrate Court project, where losses are also being recovered there, and the disciplinary process is in progress. Then there's 2 material irregularities, Honorable Chairperson, that relate to PMTE and IDT, where we were not entirely confident that the actions that were proposed for implementation would be adequate and sufficient. As a result, we have designed the actual recommendations that should be implemented by the accounting officer and or the accounting authority. In the current year, we also issued a new material irregularity, which relates to the Welisizwe Rural Bridges project. This would have come when we responded to the emergency response to the floods in KZN last year, and we performed a real-time audit. During that audit, Honorable Chairperson, we found instances where the entity overpaid on the materials that were purchased, as well as overpayment in the transport costs, which led to a financial loss. And that financial loss therefore led to a material irregularity that we have since notified the accounting officer at PMTE. Maybe another one that we've also included, the Honorable Chairperson, relates to the telecom towers. So this is an issue that we may not have issued the notification to the accounting officers yet, but we have concluded that the underutilization of that complex, meets the definition of a material irregularity, and therefore we are now applying our enforcement tools to ensure that there is an urgent response, so that the complex is therefore used for its intended purposes as soon as possible. That is that on the, maybe on this particular slide, is just to highlight some of the positive actions that have come as a result of us implementing this material irregularity processes, Honorable Chairperson. We've seen that financial losses are being prevented going forward on similar cases or transactions. We are seeing that financial losses are being recovered, and some of them are in the process of being recovered. And there has been action taken that, as I said, we are satisfied that there were enough for us to close off on those particular material irregularities. If we then move away from the portfolio, the national portfolio as it were, and maybe just look at what happens in the sector as a whole, maybe also to just reflect on the sector outcomes, Honorable Chairperson, which mirror the outcomes of the that is one clean audit, and the majority of the provinces fall under the unqualified with findings category. And then there's a few provinces that were then qualified, which also include PMTE there under the qualification. Also, if we look at the MTSF analysis in terms of indicators that the sector is either a lead or is contributing or expected to contribute, we note, Honorable Chairperson, that only 2 of these indicators are included in the annual performance plans of the provinces. I must also just highlight here that by provinces, we mean the actual provincial departments and not necessarily the provincial or regional offices of the Department of Public Works. So these are the APPs of the provincial departments, which have then only included 2 out of the 11 MTSF indicators. And the provincial departments have indicated that these other 9 indicators, they don't have the competency to implement those. And these are the competency of the national department, and therefore they are not in a position to include them in their own annual performance plans. If we look at the work that we would have done and the observations on some of the work we perform on the infrastructure as an industry, Honorable Chairperson, what we note is that there is an increase in the number of applications for the devolution of public works responsibilities by user departments. And in our assessment is because the user departments have lost or are losing confidence in the department capabilities to implement its own mandate. And as a result, they are now increasing or at least including as part of their infrastructure as part of their mandate, or go the route of the PPP, which is the public-private partnership agreements, which generally we have found these to be more costly. So the user departments would rather go that route of a costly triple P agreements than continue to use the services of public works in order to implement their project. Some of the examples that we've seen is the SAPS, which has got about 159 projects, Honorable Chairperson, and they don't or are not comfortable using public works to implement those projects. There's also 87 major projects by the Department of Defense, which is a similar case. And I think for good measure, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable members, we've also included the example of Parliament also requesting that the restoration of the Parliament building be devolved from public works and instead use DBSA. What we've also done is perform an analysis, not only focusing on public works, but across all spheres of government where infrastructure is involved. And this slide is the outcomes of that particular work that we've done, where we found that similar weaknesses are found in 4 common areas across all spheres of government. And this includes SOEs that have got infrastructure, capital investment in them. So we've seen that there's inadequate need assessments that have been done. There's ineffective monitoring of project milestones. There's a failure of intergovernment coordination and collaboration. And there's well as ineffective utilization of facilities that already exist. And as a result, they are in a poor condition. So we find this happens across the entire infrastructure industry and not necessarily at PMTE or public works as a sector and portfolio. And we then make 4 observations in terms of what then is the consequence of these 4 weaknesses that we've identified. And we find that across these lead to service delivery being impacted in that the citizens use poor state of infrastructure. There is not enough access to basic services. This leads to widespread community protests, community vandalizing the same infrastructure because they are not being used, and pockets of outbreaks of violence. We also see that this has an impact on job creation because projects are not being implemented and finalized. We then make recommendations which should also be implemented in the public works portfolio or sector, as it were. These are the projects that public works would have contributed towards the study that I referred to in the previous slide. So we see that the SA Army College in Tabatswan was one that we would have performed this analysis on, as well as the Paris Correctional Facility. Interesting enough, also implemented by DBSA. We then also perform condition assessment or look at the extent of condition assessment that is being performed in the public works portfolio and sector. And what we've noted is that although there is about 116 properties in the sector, 80,000 belonging to PMTE, there is a relatively very small number in which condition assessments are performed. Now, what this means is that the sector is not in a position to know a large number of its properties, their condition thereof. And without this knowledge, the sector is therefore not in a position to properly plan for their maintenance. Hence, there are sporadic maintenance, which then lead to a budget not being used for the planned maintenance, but for unplanned maintenance, we have found. Also, we have found where in instances where the department itself or the sector performs these condition assessments, in certain instances, those recommendations are not implemented. So, which further exacerbates the situations of buildings that are dilapidated and not being properly maintained to a state where they are usable. I think the slides talk to the same thing. We also looked at the management of leased properties, Honorable Chairperson, and what we've noted is a slight improvement in the management of the lease payments, in that management managed to come up with a system to identify overpayments. However, these controls or this system is still not strong enough to prevent those overpayments. And what we are encouraging is that management should then go beyond a system or a process that identifies overpayments, but it should be in a position to have controls that are strong enough to prevent overpayments altogether. We also noted a concern that month-to-month leases have increased from 248 to 310. It is our view that management should reduce these because there was a national lease as part of the responses to some of our findings in the previous year. There were, or there was a national lease negotiating committee that was established to address these shortcomings when it comes to leases, including month-to-month leases. However, the fruits of that particular committee have not yet been felt so far. We also looked at the system and the return on investment on that particular system, which is the Akibas. Because I would have mentioned earlier, Honorable Chairperson, that some of the challenges around PMTE is that there's a large volume of transactions that management has to deal with on an annual basis. And with manual processes, it will become difficult for management to improve the control environment. And therefore, this is where the automation of these processes comes in. However, the system that is meant to deal with that at this point is not effective in that, although there was an investment of around 36 million cumulatively on this system, only 2 out of the 10 modules are being applied, meaning the investment on the other 8 modules has become redundant, as it were. So what we see is that there's also poor contract management around this particular system, in that there were 2 service providers that were appointed previously to try and resolve some of the challenges with the system, but they couldn't, even though they were paid for their services. We also see that there's instances where licenses were purchased in the current year, end user licenses. However, they were not compatible with the system that is currently there, or the software version that is currently in use. Again, an investment that has not yielded any return. So in essence, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable Members, we see the control or the project management processes around this ERP system are similar to what we see in the project management controls around the actual physical infrastructure projects within the department and the entity. And then another section, Honorable Chairperson, that we are providing feedback on. I had mentioned it earlier that when there were floods in KZN, we performed a real-time audit. Some of the findings, again, which led to the material irregularity that I spoke to earlier, is around the material as well as the transport costs, which then again led to us issuing observations around there. However, since we performed the work towards last year, we went back around May, just to see if there's been any progress in terms of what we would have raised during the real-time audit. And we note that the actual program itself has actually grown bigger than it was at the time when we were looking at the project as part of the response to floods. So the risk there is that if those issues that we would have raised are not addressed, they are likely to multiply and repeat themselves in this now bigger project if they are not addressed and properly monitored. So far, we're happy that some of the steps are in the right direction, in that the supplier then moved to KZN in order to reduce the need for transport costs. At the time, initially, when we would have done the work, none of the bridges were completed. However, when we went back in May, there were 2 bridges that were already completed, and we did not find any structural issues on those 2, which is a good, a positive step. However, one of the issues that we raised at the time was that there was one supplier that was used. So now we are saying if the program is therefore expanded to other provinces, management should be careful not to maybe use one supplier across the entire program sphere. And then as we go towards the end of the presentation, we also touch on some of the governance observations that we've picked up largely at Public Works as the department, where we're saying there hasn't been any permanent DG since 2019. Now, obviously, this is remains a concern in that decisions may not be taken that, or at least decisions that would have previously been taken now have to start afresh. So it disturbs the functioning really of the department if there isn't a permanent head, as well as the issue that I would have raised in the overall outcomes around the parliamentary village, where the DG of Public Works, again, if there is no permanent DG, you will not have a permanent chairperson of the board of of the parliamentary village, because the DG is deemed to be the chairperson by the Act itself. We also note some of the areas or issues around the infrastructure South Africa, wherein it was established, to try and improve the situation around the planning, management, and delivery of projects. However, we are still yet to see the impact of infrastructure South Africa. And then the last section, Honorable Chairperson and members, is on the conclusions and recommendations. The first, this one is just an update on our assessment of previous recommendations that we would have made. We see that the majority of them are still in progress. This is a concern to us because we can see a correlation between the slow progress in the implementation of our recommendations and the slow progress in the improvement of the control environments that will then lead to an improved service delivery in the portfolio and or the sector. There's still two that have not been implemented at all, and none of, as I said, of the recommendations previously have been implemented. And then we also have got some of the root causes that, or the key root causes that have led to, significant findings that I've touched on, and some of the key recommendations that we would have made, to the key role players that have been identified, and I spoke to in the accountability ecosystem earlier, as well as the commitments that. So we would have met the minister earlier in his term around May, Honorable Chairperson, and we appraised him of some of the issues in the portfolio. In that meeting, he had made commitments. We met again with the Honorable Minister and the Honorable DM last week, where we were given progress on the implementation of those commitments. And there was an additional commitment by the Honorable Minister that in 3 months' time, we will have a workshop where he will have a report which he will present to us in terms of the progress that would have been made by him and the DM in terms of implementing those commitments that he would have made to us as an office. Lastly, Honorable Chairperson, is the message for the Portfolio Committee, where again we just remind the Portfolio Committee of the recommendations we would have made in the 2021-22 cycle. And our reflection is that there are efforts being made in order to respond to recommendations around investigations and of council projects and recovery of lease payments that I've touched on. However, there are still concerns around actions to address proactive maintenance of properties, safeguarding of vacant or unused buildings, and using those buildings, in fact, as well as the prevention of lease overpayments. So we still have concerns around those. Again, as reflected in our MTSF analysis, the sector is still yet to agree on standardized indicators, which is something that we would have raised in the previous cycles as well. And we then just at a high level indicate some of the things that we'll focus on as part of our message going into the 24 audit cycle. So focus will be on the proactive maintenance of state properties, the impact of business forums on the actual construction of projects, and the impact on how that has on the progress of project implementations. We'll look at the monitoring of key infrastructure objectives, as well as whether there is an improvement in the coordination between infrastructure SA as well as the sector as a whole. Honorable Chairperson, this is the end of the audit outcomes for the public works portfolio and sector for the 2022-23 financial year. Thank you very much. I will then, with my team, take questions and comments.
Thank you so much, Mr. Londoloza. On behalf of the Auditor-General South Africa, honorable members, this is the report. I know that we received the detailed one. We also received the slides that were being presented by Mr. Songwevu. I now invite you to raise questions, comments on the report presented to us. Honorable Siwisa, followed by Honorable Sihlolo.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair. Apologies by the background noise, Chair. I'm in the townships today. Chair, let me also welcome the report from the Auditor General's office. And I'm happy, Chair, because most of the things that are being spoken by the office of the AG, most of the things are the things that we've been complaining about as a portfolio committee of public works and infrastructure. And it felt like it falls on deaf ear when we try to advise what needs to be done by the department itself. And it seems as if we don't say what they want to hear. And now, here is the Auditor General's audit report or annual report. And I'm happy, Chair, there's one thing I'm happy about is the first recommendations that are going to be made, especially when it comes to telecom towers. We came into the 6th administration finding telecom towers. Even now, we are very far from seeing telecom towers being finished. My other thing that I can speak on is the presenter spoke about no maintenance plan. And I know this is something I've been speaking about for so long, that the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure told us that they've got a maintenance plan in place, but it seems as if we never saw the light of it. It's just something that is spoken about. And I'm also happy that it has also been highlighted in today's report pertaining to the conditions of state properties. And the other issue is the overpayments, because it's a great concern, Chair, when I would refer to the Welisizwe project, and you find that there is no way in the whole of KZN there couldn't have been any other company that could have provided for material, in a sense that it was also going to promote and also identify other business people within the province itself, for them also to be able to benefit and also increase employment within the province itself. So if we order a bulk of things from one province to the next, then it means that we don't consider the people that are in the same business. I don't know, maybe the department will have an explanation as to why they actually did not look for a supplier within KZN itself and preferred to go to Gauteng province to look for a supplier. And which also that has been alluded in the report to say that it went to overcharging because we are spending money that is not there. Because, Chair, if you can remember, one of the issues that were raised by the Department of Public Works is that the funding towards PMTE has been cut off. And they said that that question we must ask the Auditor General what are the reasons for their funding to be cut off, which is making their work very difficult. So maybe that's one question that I can put forward to the AG's office to say, funding to PMTE has been cut off, and then they say the only people that can intervene is the Auditor General office. But now it's a concern when you listen to the report. Yes, there's little progress, there's an increase in whatever that they are doing, but still it's not enough, Chair. It's not enough. I think that one will address it when we get to the PMTE and the Department of Public Works itself. But the report as it is, there's most of the things that are there are things that we've been speaking about as a committee itself, to make the department aware, to say that there's a shortage here. Consequence management. If there's no consequence management, Chair, nothing is going to come right. There's nothing that's going to work properly. And again, the Auditor General has touched on the issue of consequence management. So I think the report as it is, it just shows that what we've been trying to do as the department, as a portfolio committee, we've been trying to do the right thing. Unfortunately, whatever that we are recommending has always fell on deaf ears. And now we are sitting with a situation as we are sitting here. And the unfortunate part is that this is going to be part of our legacy report that is going to be adopted by the new administration, the 7th administration. But so far, Chair, I'm satisfied. There's nothing I can say about the report because it speaks to what we've been speaking about all of this time. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Siwisa. Honorable Sihlalo will be followed by Honorable Matebula and Honorable Jobo.
Chairperson, thank you very much. Apologies for that. Let me just leave my video off. I realized that I didn't change my background, Chair. Apologies for that. Chairperson, indeed, it is quite correct what Honorable Siwisa has alluded to in as far as the outline of challenges that have been presented by the Auditor-General. Chairperson, my biggest concern is that often the responses that we get from the Minister's office in as far as the questions that we ask are in contradiction to what the AG has presented here today. I'll give you an example. We had spoken about on the 7th of June about Circular 135, that's the leasing out circular of the department. When I raised the issue of this particular circular, in as far as in context to the presentation by the AG, the department or the minister himself was very quick to almost sort of defend the current state of the DPWI owned properties, particularly if you look at the current state of PMTE. Chairperson, we know that from the previous committee meeting that we held that PMTE is using a 2016 framework. And we raised the question in the committee to say, how is it possible that that particular 2016 framework is still practical to be used in as far as the current challenges that have been highlighted by the Auditor-General is concerned, particularly as it relates to the current state of DPWI-owned properties. The issue of telecom towers can be used or can be referred to as an example that Honorable Siwisa has already touched on as almost sort of a disgrace, Chairperson, if you don't mind misusing that word. Because indeed, even if you go to Berea in Durban and you look at the Excelsior Court building, an 11-story building, the minister, in response to a question that I asked him in respect of them implementing mechanisms to make sure that they curb the illegal occupation of properties under department custodianships, particularly in municipalities such as those in Tshwane and Waterskloof municipalities, the department indicated that it does provide security services to safeguard vacant state-owned properties in various municipalities, including those in Tshwane and Waterskloof local municipality. The department further lets out state-owned properties at reasonable rental rates to avert illegal occupation. Currently, the department is implementing an intensive drive to let out superfluous vacant properties that are not presently needed for service delivery objectives of user departments. The AG has disputed this, Chairperson. He has disputed this because currently we know that most of DPWI-owned properties are not even known by the department themselves. And it goes back to what the AG touched on in as far as let me just check on my slides here, Chairperson. In terms of one, the Archibus project, as well as the current state of DPWI-owned properties in as far as maintenance and renovations is concerned. The biggest police station in the Free State, Honorable Chairperson, Park Roads Police Station, whom the implementing agent there is the I forgot the acronym now. I'll get to that. It's understandable, AG, as to why these particular sister departments, such as SAPS, would want to take over the implementation of their infrastructure projects, because there are police stations that are in abhorrent conditions, Chair. You go to Odendaal in the Free State and you look at the current state of the police station there. It is in complete disarray. And DBSA is the implementing agent. That was the word that I was looking for. DBSA is the implementing agent in both Park Road Police Station, the biggest police station in the Free State, as well as Odendaal Police Station, which is also in the Free State. How is it that it is possible for a police station of such magnitude, small as it is in Odendaal, to only have one point of entry, Chairperson, only one access point for both staff members of SAPS, as well as those communities that are coming there for service delivery related to SAPS? And this is completely unacceptable. And one can easily justify as to why SAPS and other related departments want to take over that particular infrastructure development on their own, because DPWI has completely failed in that respect. The other question that we need to ask, Chairperson, in as far as PMTE is concerned, is with the funding that it receives and with the challenges that have been raised over and over again within this particular committee as it relates to PMTE, why it is that you would have DBSA as an implementing agent when you've got a PMTE available to be able to undertake those particular programs in as far as infrastructure is concerned. Chairperson, I note the improvements, particularly in terms of CIDB, but that's a notable improvement, and that's well and truly fine. But if we look at the overall service delivery outcome of PMTE and the department, surely there are incredible and enormous amount of challenges that the department is still facing. And I note the governance-related issues in as far as the leadership instability is concerned. It is unacceptable that DPWI has been without a permanent DG since 2019. Because what this means, Chairperson, is that DPWI does not have institutional memory, and which will also then lead to why we haven't been able to, as a portfolio committee, why the department has not in themselves been able to deal with the Public Works Bill. A Public Works Bill that may really, as a form of policy, be able to resolve many of the long-standing challenges that have been covered extensively by the Portfolio Committee, as articulated by Honorable Siwisa. I note the messages that have been given by the AG to the Portfolio Committee, but I want to reiterate the sentiments of Honorable Siwisa to say that many of the challenges that have been highlighted by this particular Portfolio Committee to the Department of Public Works in all the meetings that we've held with them, particularly with its entities that are problematic, including the IDT, it does seem that many of those challenges are not actually being heard. It would be interesting to know what the commitments that were made by the executive in as far as the minister is concerned with the AG in the meetings that were held, so that perhaps we may also be part of those meetings as the Portfolio Committee to actually be able to hear what is it that the minister is actually committing to resolve some of these long-standing issues that have been highlighted by the AG. And I do note, Chairperson, and I want to look at the new supplier that was meant to upgrade, enhance, and complete and integrate the ERP solution. And that is an astronomical amount of 52 million, Chairperson. And I want to check with the AG what it is that they'll be doing in order to make sure that they are able to follow up on that particular amount, and whether indeed there is actually work that will be done and completed for that particular amount in as far as the Archibas project is concerned. Chairperson, there's many more issues, but I'll leave it at that and give the other colleagues an opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Sihlolo, Honorable Matebula, Honorable Njobo.
Thank you very much. My greetings to you, the whip of the committee, my fellow colleagues, the AG, as well as the administration. Well, let me start by welcoming the report by the AG. I think it helps us as we are going to be engaging with the entities as well as the department. It is, however, very worrying, the report that we received today from the AG. And I must also applaud the AG for coming up with a way in which they can cap irregular and wasteful expenditure. The AG has indicated that they have actually moved, the issue of irregular and wasteful expenditure from financial statement to annual reports. So if that helps, I think we must support. We actually support and applaud them if that helps, because the issue of irregular and wasteful expenditure is a source of criminal activities. Corruption, that's where you'll also find the theft of money from the public purse. Now, if the AG is able to cap that, we must applaud them. But Chair, I must also raise a very, very serious concern and something that we'll have to raise it with the department itself and the entities. That there is a lack of compliance with regard to key legislation, and in particular when it comes to procurement processes. So the country or the government is unable to provide other is unable to do and to conduct projects financially because we simply do not have money. And now you have entities, you've got the department itself that is not complying with procurement processes. And I can safely say, Chair, that when you do not comply and you obviously misuse the money, or there are monies that are being paid which are not supposed to be paid, and as such, government loses money. And I must also indicate that it is a biggest worry, again, when you speak about irregular expenditure, that it has grown with about 250%. Very worrying. Worrying also that you have no consequence management on irregular and wasteful expenditure. That amounts to 2.5 billion. It's a worry, and I hope that this will be dealt with, Chair, so that such things, as it has been indicated by the AG, that they have come up with measures to stop this from happening. But you see, what has happened, and it must be dealt with. You see, because these measures are coming after this has already happened. And there must be consequence management that must be meted out. Chair, again, there's an issue that was reported on the issue of pay breach. It's good, Chair, that there are officials that have been taken for disciplinary hearing. There's money that is being recovered, or monies that are being recovered, which were in a form of financial losses. We need to applaud that. But, Chair, I think it's not enough that you are going to take you'll bring to book the officials and don't deal with the companies themselves. Because say, if, for instance, you received 100 million rand when you were supposed to receive 80 million rand, and you took that money as if it's yours, it's a criminal activity, Chair, and it must be punished in terms of the laws that we have in South Africa. Now, I'm saying, Chair, that the only what we are reported of is the issue of officials that are being taken for disciplinary hearing. What happens to criminal charges against the companies that received the money and allowed that money to be in their accounts, and they never declared or said that this money were not supposed to be receiving it? Because as I said, Chair, if you don't declare that money or say that money you are not supposed to have, that money as your money, and that is in actual fact is a fact. And I think, Chair, there's more other things that are linked to this project. We have heard that there has been also issue of overpayment, flouting of processes of procurement. Now, Chair, we want to know if then, because some of these things have happened in the office of the AG, can the AG tell us if then there are any criminal charges that are laid against the companies that have benefited unduly from these processes? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Matebula. Honorable Mjobo.
Thank you, Chairperson, and I'd like to welcome the report, the detailed report of Auditor-General. But I'm also covered, but one clarity on the parliamentary village, that on the report, there is issue of that since 2014, they didn't submit this financial statement. Is it 2014? On other side is 2013. If I can get that clarity on that, is it 2014 or started from 2013 or 2014 till today? And the issue of that 11 million is for pay since 2011, or you times that 2011. Lastly, there is a 107 delayed project. If I can get on which provinces? Thank you, Chair, if possible.
Thank you, Honorable Njobo. Honorable Tring.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Chair, I think that my first question would be with regards to the amount of, or the underspending, where some 200 odd million rand was underspent. And I think it's a tragedy, Chair, in the sense of, and while it may fall within the percentage of what is legal when it comes to under expenditure, but I think within the framework of our high unemployment, 200, close on to 300 million rand not being spent is an indication of vacancies that are not being filled. It's an indication of jobs that are not being created. It's an indication of service delivery that is not taking place to the tune of that 290 odd million rand. And so very clearly, Chair, put another way, that's over 250 million rand that could have gone back into the economy to create jobs. And I don't know whether whether the department while it falls within that particular framework of what is permissible of under expenditure. But I think very clearly, Chair, we need to ask for the department to ensure that money that comes into the department is used to the absolute maximum. My second concern, Chair, would be with regards to the aspect that the Auditor-General has raised, and I think Honorable Matabula may have picked up a little on this. When it comes to your irregular, wasteful, fruitless expenditure. Now, the Auditor-General indicated that some of the challenges within the department has been with the lack of consequence management. It's poor strategic planning and performance management, internal control deficiencies. So my question to the Auditor-General is, having noted that you've got this irregular, wasteful expenditure and that the Auditor-General actually now has teeth, how is the Auditor-General using the powers that they actually have to ensure that consequence management is carried out, to ensure that when it comes to strategic planning and performance management, and where there are deficiencies in those areas, internal control deficiencies, that the Auditor-General uses its teeth to close those particular gaps? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honorable Trink. Honorable members, thank you for the comments. Auditor-General, Mr. Songwefu and your team, the reality is what has been raised by my colleagues here, that many of the issues that you have raised are issues that, as the Portfolio Committee, we have raised them day in, day out when we're dealing with the reports of the Portfolio Committee. So to us, nothing new as such, but it shows that we also doing our work, but the reality is that the department is not responding. The issue of unutilized, unoccupied properties or buildings of public works and infrastructure that are ending up being dens of criminals. It's something that we have raised. We raised it when we came in 2019. I even made an example of the residence of magistrates that was in Umbu, in my hometown. At the time that I raised that, those buildings, they had roof, there was fencing, they had windows. But if you can go now, you'll find out Amapara are even taking now the bricks. There is no longer a roof, there are no longer windows, and you are told that this property belongs to Public Works. We raised this saying that Public Works should at least try to donate or maybe have an OU with the municipalities where these properties are. I know some have been given to social development as safe houses or safe homes, but those that are not safe homes, we have small municipalities that lack even in offices. So those properties would really assist. I think the department should look at that. I think something new that you have brought to us, which the issue of leases, we had several meetings with the department raising this issue of leases. We were promised that something was going to be done. And now we are even told that you have properties in which the department is paying for something that it is not even there. The issue of those parking bays, it's really a public purse is being misused here. The recommendation that you have presented, we will raise them day in, day out to the department till we see what the department is doing. On the issue of Wellis's bridges, I think that's what is new because we didn't have that in the previous report. Yes, we know that when it comes to the person who has to assemble that bridge, it's done by defense. The issue here, I think that you are also raising, is the issue of the material. We cannot say it must not be done because we have seen those bridges. They really change the lives of those communities where they are constructed, and they do last. I know one of them that was done in Mhlonhlo municipality around 2008, 2009. It's still there, it's still strong. But I think on this one, I think even the diagram that you have shown us here of a Wellis's bridge that has been finished, it shows how those things, they really assist those communities. I think the issue here is the issue of the suppliers overcharging the department and one supplier. I think that one, the department will also follow up on that one, that the department must not use one supplier. If there is a supplier in KZN, when bridges are being done in Eastern Cape, they must use an Eastern Cape supplier. I'm just making an example. When bridges are done in KZN, they must use a KZN supplier, even get to avoid these things that we have picked up. But we really appreciate this. To me, it's something that we have been saying, and it means that we're doing our work as the portfolio committee, because some of the issues that you have raised here, we have picked them earlier on and we have raised them with the department. I now then invite you to respond where response are expected, but I know that it has been more of comments. Over to you, Mr. Songwevo and your team.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, and to the honorable members. I also note, Honorable Chairperson, that in the main, the members made comments which will also factor in our processes going forward, as well as generally accepting the insights that I would have shared in my presentation. But perhaps if I touch on each and every honorable member. Honorable Siwisa, I could not pick up a comment where perhaps you seek a response from me by just looking at your comments. And I think generally like I said, it is an acceptance and also providing further insights for us to take forward as we go forward. And then with the Honorable C. Klulo, again, in the main, it was comments, but there was one question around the issue of what we're going to do on the 52 million that is planned to be used to further upgrade the Akiba system. So after our meeting with the minister last week, indeed, it may not form part of the messages for the 2024 going forward that are in the presentation. But after our meeting, we also then realized that we need to have a specific focus on this system. So we already started having those discussions, Honorable Secretary, to have a specific focus and response, not only on the 52 million, but also generally on how effective the system is. So the plan is to see if we can't go beyond what we would have been doing as required by the audit process in terms of the auditing of the system. So that discussion, indeed, it has already started, Honorable Member. So we should be able to maybe share further insights going forward on what comes out of that process that we will then implement. And then Honorable Matebula was the third one. Again, there were a number of comments which are noted. However, there's two things that perhaps I just need to touch on. Just to clarify on the issue of moving irregular expenditure from the financial statements to the annual report. So that was the decision by the National Treasury. So not necessarily the Auditor-General. So I thought I must just clarify that part, that there was an instruction note from National Treasury that all entities must then change the way that they report when it comes to irregular expenditure as well as fruitless and wasteful expenditure. As a result, I think when I was making the presentation, I was highlighting the fact that that prior year irregular expenditure, if we had found material findings that could not be resolved, they would not necessarily lead to the qualification or modification of the audit report, as it were. The second area that it is around the criminal charges that are laid by companies. So as part of our material irregularity processes, we would have maybe have recommendations or approach the SIU, and then it will be the SIU that then takes that a step further in terms of opening cases. We know, for example, that when it came to Bait Breach, there was a case that was opened, and this was because of our material irregularity that we would have raised on Bait Breach, and as a response to the actions that are taken, a case was then opened. So it is a matter of then following up in terms of how far that case has gone since it was opened. And then Honorable Jobo was the fourth member to have questions, and I think she also raised two questions around the parliamentary village not submitting financial statements. So in the report itself, I think we may have mentioned that they have not been able to provide financial statements from the 2013-14 financial year. So my reference to 2014 was literally to say from the 31st of March 2014 up until the 31st of March 2023, we have not been able to receive financial statements. But the reference to 2013 versus 2014 is just to say the financial year wherein they first could not submit financial statements was the financial year 2013-2014, which is the year beginning 1st of April 2013 to 31st of March 2014. And the amount of 11 million is on an annual basis, so it's not an accumulative figure. So on average, that is what the village would have received over these years that we refer to, where financial statements were not received for audit. And then you also, or the honorable member, requested or asked about the 107 delayed projects and the province itself. However, based on the evidence that we have, this is spread across the country. So these 107 delayed projects are across all provinces. So it's not one specific province that houses these delayed projects. And the last question was from honorable member, because the name is combined, but I think it's honorable member Maxime. And the question was, now that we've got the powers, how are we using those powers to ensure that consequence management, is implemented to close the gaps? Yeah. So on this one, honorable member, we do, as I've mentioned, apply these powers as evidenced by the 11 material irregularities, and we are in the process of assessing some of these transactions on whether they do meet the material irregularity criteria. The challenge with our powers, and obviously it's not a challenge that we cannot confront, is that the criteria is very stringent. So where you've had instances of irregular expenditure being incurred, for us to then conclude that that irregular expenditure has also led to a material irregularity, it needs to pass a very stringent criteria. And there is a drive in the office, not to let that process, because it is stringent, to then delay, us coming to such conclusions. So we have noted the large increase in irregular expenditure, more so in the current year transactions. And we are in the process of looking at some of those transactions in order to confirm whether they do meet the criteria of irregular expenditure. More specifically, honorable member, at IDT, because you would have noted that IDT contributes about 290 million of the irregular expenditure in the current year. And then it was your inputs from yourself, Honorable Chairperson. I also note that there is not a question or comment that perhaps you need clarity from myself. But if I've missed any comment or question, Honorable Chairperson, I'm happy for the member to point me to it, and then we'll respond accordingly. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you so much, Mr. Songwevu. I think mine was just a comment, a lamentation, if I may say so, because the reality is that you have, in your report, you have been spot on what we have been raising as the committee to the department. It's a pity, but we will deal with the department on this issue of the village committee. We raised this. We raised it because we have seen it from you saying that there is this board that is not meeting, and it has so much amount to utilize. And the information that we got as the portfolio committee is that the board is meeting. So you have again raised it that this board is not meeting, because we asked as the portfolio committee, we take your recommendation seriously to make the department account on all those things that you have raised. But we were told, I think the members can agree with me, that we were informed that the committee is meeting, the board is meeting, and these are what and what and what and what and what. And then now you are bringing it again that according to you, the board has not accounted for anything. So we're taking all this in the absence of follow-up questions. Honorable members, let me first acknowledge that I received a message from Honorable Zondo saying that they have a challenge with network. There are works that are being done in his hometown. So he is in and out. So in fact, may not have been able to be in the meeting. I think we must also note that apology. Also, the one, I don't know whether he is in, Honorable Mashele, also saying that he is on the way also. He may be in and out. I hope that we note those so that we are not taking them that they just didn't attend the meeting. Honorable Mashele and Honorable Zondo. Honorable members, on that note, let's appreciate the way that you have interacted with this report. It shows that you did apply your minds and you have read, and you find out it's something that you have been saying all along to the department. In fact, all the points that you have raised, Akibas, telecom towers, I think those things are also a pain in our portfolio committee, because we are raising them day in and day out with the department. Thank you, Auditor-General, for giving us this insight, which will be used by the portfolio committee in making that the department is accountable, and the recommendations that you have raised, we also appreciate them. We'll take them as they are, and we know that you have sat with the executive of the department, that is the minister and the DM and the acting DG, but we'll also raise this because we're meeting with them this afternoon. Tomorrow, we're meeting with the entities. We also clap hands for those entities that have improved. CIPT has made us proud. We know that with the PMTE, as much as it has moved from the disclaimer, but this movement is not the movement that we want. We want it to be more. We want it also to go to unqualified, and we'll pay serious attention to IDT as you have asked us to do. We will do that. That's one entity that because it was just on the brink of being closed, and we asked that it must not be closed. So it's one entity that we are paying serious attention to. But I'll raise this with the department. There's an entity that I've seen here. It's used by the department, but when it comes to deliverables, they usually not deliverables. I'll raise that with the department. I've seen it here. If you even raise that, I will raise it with the department. Thank you so much for your time. AG, Lwazi, do we have anything that we have to do, or we can just take a break and wait for the department?
Good morning, Chairperson. We have minutes of our previous meeting, Chair.
Okay. We may then allow AG to leave the meeting. Thank you so much, AG, for your time. Please show those minutes so that we are through with them. Honorable members, there are this meeting of the last meeting that we had. Any corrections in terms of grammar, content? In the absence of corrections, may we then have a mover that we adopt this minutes?
I move, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Njobo. A seconder? May we have a seconder to what Honorable Njobo has proposed? Honorable members, please. A. Are they still in the meeting? Honorable Suwisa?
Apologies, Chair. I've been struggling to unmute.
Okay.
I felt
A
your voice
second.
getting very nervous. You were getting very, very nervous for a moment. I
Okay.
will second the minutes, Chair.
Okay, thank you so much, Honorable Sihlalo. On that note, honorable members, we may, this part of the meeting is adjourned. We are reconvening at 12:30 for the PMTE.
Sorry, Chair.
Yes.
Yes, we're still using the same link. Members can just mute and not log out, or they can log out and then use the same link to join the meeting.
Okay. Thank you so much. Let's meet at 12:30.
Thank you, Chair.
The time now is like almost 20 past 12. We will be starting at 12:30. Can we, Lwazi, can we ensure that the department is in?
Noted, Chair.
Lwazi, is the department here?
Good afternoon, Chairperson. Yes, Chairperson.
Okay, led by the minister or DM?
Chairperson, I did receive an apology from the minister and an apology from the deputy minister, Chairperson.
Yeah, okay, okay. Okay, both of them.
Point of order.
Yes.
Do we have the reasons as to why the minister and the deputy minister are both not present in this particular meeting?
Honorable Sihlolo, the apology that we received earlier on was that of the minister. This one of the TM, I think now it's the first time that we are hearing it. And as far as I know, one ought to be here. If the minister is not here, then the deputy minister ought to be here. The fact that the deputy minister is not here is something that I had no know about. I think you know that we never had any apology for deputy minister in the morning.
Good afternoon, Chair.
Yes.
The apology for Deputy Minister, I received it today at 12:10. Apparently, the Deputy Minister is on a site inspection in preparation for the upcoming presidential imbizo.
But are they aware that we're dealing with the department now?
The department is very much aware, Chairperson.
I think it must be noted because we're not going to stop in dealing with the with this, because we're preparing for the PRRR, so we have to do our work. But it must be noted that as the portfolio committee, I know that the office of the minister is here and the office of the deputy minister is here. It must be noted that as the portfolio committee members, we are not happy with their absence in our meeting. It can't be that both of them are absent in our meeting. We accept that when one is out, then the other one is in. For both of them not to be in this meeting, it means that they are undermining this portfolio committee, but we are going to continue, and that will appear in our report, that both the minister and the deputy minister were not part of the meeting when we were dealing with their annual report. Can we then invite the acting DG to come in and introduce the report? The acting DG.
Good afternoon, Chairperson, and good afternoon, honorable members. I do know that the minister is in transit to Cape Town for the ESID meeting. That's why I was unable to join. The deputy minister is indeed in Dr. Kenneth Kaunda for the district development model. They're doing preparations for the imbizo.
Acting DG, we don't need an explanation from you. We are saying that this is the portfolio committee, a committee formed by the parliament to ensure that it plays oversight to the department. And in no way that both the minister and the deputy minister must be absent in this meeting. If we were not looking at the timelines, acting DG, we would say you must go. But we have timelines here and we have limited time in this court. We would say you must all go and we deal with entities, but we have already set out the time. So please, we don't want an explanation from you, but we are going to write this down, that both the minister and the deputy minister were not part of the meeting. It ought to be like that only. So thank you. Don't give us explanations, please.
Duly noted, Chairperson. Apologies. I have a full complement of Deputy Director Generals responsible for the various branches. The team will be led by Mr. Lwazi Mahlangu, the DDG responsible for governance, risk, and compliance. He will present the performance information, and the CFO, Mr. Mandla Sitole, will take us through the financial information. Through you, Chairperson, Mr. Mahlangu can proceed. Thank you.
Yes, good afternoon, Chairperson of the committee, members of the portfolio committee, and support of Parliament, and colleagues from the department. Good afternoon. Chairperson, what I've done, I've shared the presentation on the screen. Please let me know if it's showing, then I continue, Chair.
Please continue, Lazi. We can see this.
Thank you, Chairperson. So the presentation is in 5 parts, Chair. Mandate of the department, highlights of performance information, the financial information, and then financial of the main vote and PMTE, and then also the data's information, and then that concludes the presentation. So I won't go into detail on the mandate, Chair. I'll go straight into the highlights and performance and challenges, and then I'll hand over to the CFO to take us through the financials, Chair. Chairperson, this is a vision and mission. I won't go into detail. The structure of the department in terms of the programs, which are already in the presentation and annual report, and then the mandate of the department, the main vote, and then the mandate of the department in terms of the business, the core business of property, and then the highlights, Chair. In terms of the highlights, this is just a high-level sample of the highlights, which you'll find also in the annual report. Also note, Chair, if you look at the current annual report, in the past, we've always had 5 chapters of the annual report. Chapter 1 is general information, Chapter 2 performance information, Chapter 3 governance, Chapter which will include the audit committee statement, Chapter 4 split into 2, which will be the human resource management. Largely part A being DPWI main vote and PMTE, as well as Chapter 5 financials. You will notice that we now have 6 chapters, Chair, in the annual report, which is the inclusion of irregular expenditure. That is the chapter, the addition chapter that is now included. So we now have 6 chapters, Chair. Now, this is a summary on what is on the slide now is a summary of high-level inputs. This talks to 111 parcels that we have, total amount of 120,999.7 hectares that were released for support land reform, which will be in program under real estate hectares of land release. In terms of EPWP, we support through the grants. 433 million was transferred to the provinces, of which 97% of that amount was spent in terms of the transfers to entities as well as the public bodies that are reporting. So that's 418.1 that was spent of the 433 million. In terms of projects, which is within the department, we have a 3 billion that was spent on contractors and consultants in terms of infrastructure projects. And of that, because these are multi-year, 95 infrastructure projects were completed and 65 sites were handed over to contractors to continue the work on the projects. In terms of infrastructure, through Infrastructure South Africa, there's an addition, an increase to 88 SIPs that have been gazetted. You will recall in July 2020, there were about 62 SIPs that were gazetted, so work has been continuing. Now we're sitting at 88, which was broken down into a number of sectors: energy, water and sanitation, transportation, as well as looking at areas of human settlements, agriculture and agro-processing in support of the infrastructure program. On maintenance, we have spent 2.7 billion on maintenance, soft and hardcore maintenance, in terms of all the client departments that we serve in the portfolio of the department. And then on the management of the property, we have about 28,683 registered and unregistered land parcels, 77,533 improvements, which will include buildings and structures. That will be also included in our asset register, full asset register, which is also located across the 52 client departments countrywide. And then on the overall qualification on the asset register, Chair, you will see also there's a part of the presentation, we now have an unqualified audit opinion on the asset register, moving from a disclaimer, which was in the previous financial year. In terms of construction project management, 3 billion was spent, of which 86, that is basically 86% of its allocation on the projects that have been completed. The financials will also speak in detail on that, Chair. In terms of vacancy rate, although the DPSA has a baseline of a 10 in terms of the main stability of government operations, or we are sitting at 11% in terms of vacancy rate. That will be reflected in Chapter 4 of our HR statistics, which then reflects the numbers of persons that have been employed and the vacancies. In terms of allegations and fraud and consequence management, since we have a case register of since 2009, we monitor it since then. A total of 566 cases of fraud and allegations of fraud have been reported since 2009. But for the current financial year, 22-23 financial year, we have 16 cases that have been brought forward, and those cases are at various stages of being investigated. And Chairperson, if you look over time, we're seeing that there is a decline in the allegations, slowly going into single digits from double digits. In terms of EPWP Phase 4, there's a total up from the initiation of the Phase 4, we are sitting at 4.1 million work opportunities that have been created in terms of meeting the target of 5 million at the end of the medium-term financial strategy, of which that then translates to 82%. Now, in terms of that, what is for this current financial year, I've also got some tables that I will also reflect on in terms of the progress in relation to the current financial year. We also participate in the skills pipeline, where we support the beneficiaries participating in the organization, a total of 1,100. 18 candidates, they obtained professional registration within the built environment, and 22 of them, artisans trained, obtained certificates in various construction fields. And these, I think, will be linked to your vacancy rate in terms of absorption into the organization of those that can then be assisting the organization dealing with the vacancy rate. In relation to the budget, overall budget, we have a total allocation of 8.1 billion, 7.19 billion was spent, translating into 97% of our budget being spent on the department. Now, this then takes us into the breakdown now of the program performance of all the programs, Program 1 up to Program 11. And then I've also done 2 sets of analysis that I will also bring to the attention of the committee in understanding the level of performance. This current graph, Chair, that is showing is simply reflecting the number of targets per program that have been achieved, and by our grid, anything above 90% against the target will be recorded as agreed, as target achieved. So when you look at Program 4, Program 1, we're sitting at 44% in terms of targets that have been achieved. Program 2 and 3, 6, 7, and 10, they're sitting at 100% achieved all their targets. Policy, Program 4, 50%, Prestige, 67%, number of targets achieved. CPM, 20%. Number of targets achieved, 5 of them, 1 was achieved above 90%, translating to 20%, 67%, that is for real estate management, your portfolio asset, your portfolio leasing portfolio, and then the facilities management, 3 indicators, 1 is achieved above 90%, translating to 33%. Now, in overall, we're sitting at 58% for the department in the financial year under review of targets that have been achieved. Now, I've done a further breakdown, Chairperson, at the bottom here, per KPI. Now, this is basically looking at the performance of the key performance indicator per program in relation to its targets. So you'll see that in the main vote, we've got Program 1, Program 2, 3, 4, and 5 up to Prestige. The level of KPI average of per KPI in Program 1 is 79%, 100% for IGC, 100% for EPWP, 80% for policy, and Prestige 67%. Now, if you look at the budget, it's sitting at 97% for the main vote. So your overall KPI percentage for the department main vote is 85%. So that's not far off from the 97% in terms of expenditure. Similarly for PMTE, finance, real estate investment services, construction project management, real estate management services, real estate and information registry services, and facilities management, their performance as well. You'll see that your average for the PMTE is 108. This 108 is actually brought up by the REMS indicator of 231%, which was basically reflected by the revenue generated, which was sitting at 1,000%. I think because of the initiatives that were undertaken in the department to fast track the concluding of those leases, as well as ensuring that we project those savings at a higher rate. That's giving us 100% and 108% in terms of the KPI performance. In terms of the budget, PMTE is sitting at 92%, so you can correlate that in terms of that. So that is basically, in a nutshell, Chair, the overall performance of the organization in terms of targets achieved, as well as the level of KPI performance as well. Now, I'm touching on mainly the ones that are in amber, as well as yellow and red, in this case, no reds, in terms of the challenges that we're experiencing. Now, on this slide, Chair, in terms of administration, now we are discussing the 44%. The challenges we experience is in the compliance rate, where we dealt with the issues where now one of the challenges we're experiencing is the conclusion of the disciplinary cases. Now, there is a rule of thumb of completing those cases investigated and disciplinary cases taking place within 60 working days. We do find that some cases, they go beyond 60 working days. A number of reasons relate to challenges in terms of the changes of the commissioner, changes in the facilitator and the convener of those, as well as the continuous absence of the persons that are in question. Sometimes find that they're on sick leave, and then it delays and gets the case gets postponed, and then it takes longer to conclude on that. So we're experiencing quite a lot when it comes to disciplinary cases. That then affects the compliance. In compliance here, we're talking about the top 20 universe of items that have been identified by the department on all areas that need to be complied. Our targets for every item of those 20, it's 100%. So when you aggregate, we're sitting at the end of the financial year, where we're sitting at 88% compliance rate for the department. In terms of designated groups, particularly women in SMS level, as well as persons with disabilities, we have achieved over the target for women in SMS at about 41% against the target of 40. We are moving. That is also giving us a hint of and also a baseline of moving towards 50% and progressively in future move beyond those higher rates for women in SMS. But we still struggle with challenges on persons with disabilities, which is a target of 2%. We are sitting at 1.1%, largely on the basis of availability of suitable applicants with disabilities in specific areas in the department. Office boundary, maybe, yes, we can have that, but on-site and other built environment areas, we still have challenges in terms of the suitable candidates to actually be on-site to be appointed in that regard, Chairperson. Then we've got two in terms of ICT related matters. One is business process automation, as well as the solutions for digitization in the department. We have a challenge with the business processes. Yes, we have advanced in terms of some of the modules, most of which are at the testing stages of the department, not yet fully implemented, but keep on testing and getting feedback from the users before we fully implement it. This will relate to the e-leave system, which is in progress, working together with the HR fleet management systems, which is also in progress, as well as automating your SCM SNT project, also in progress, to ensure that then you build in those controls and ensuring that we have a fully functioning processes, automated processes, and cut down on the paperwork. Once the testing has been approved and all the controls worked into, or all the controls managed efficiently, will then the system will go on live. In terms of the digitization, Chairperson, we had a challenge. I think we've been presenting this over and over, where now there's business strategy for this digitization. We had engaged National Treasury, and then Treasury had put it on the department to then look at a model on how we can then deal with it internally in the organization. So there have been some teething challenges in terms of concluding this, going into the market and testing the market for us to be able to come up with a solution for digitization in the organization. So these are some of the challenges in testing the market out there, and the delays in response and ensuring that it meets the business of the department. Program 2, they're green in terms of the intergovernmental as well as professional services, which I won't go into detail into that. Program 3 is basically EPWP, which is also sitting at 100%. But one of the challenges with EPWP is basically the public bodies in reporting. I think the challenge is public bodies not reporting, and the department is engaging or to provide technical support to public bodies to increase labor intensity of the project, and also assist them on on capturing the information on the system so that it better reflects the work opportunities that are then created through the EPWP reporting system. Now, Program 4, Chair, is property, construction and industry. This is basically sitting at 50%, which is split into two: the Public Works Bill as well as Infrastructure South Africa. We are still in the process in terms of the first draft of the Public Works Bill that has been already gazetted, but there are also comments from a legal point of view as well as constitutional areas that we need to consider in relation to the rationale of the bill and whether it will pass muster in relation to the constitutional areas. That bill is being processed, Chair. Inputs have been collected from the line functions in the department that are affected, also from financial implications of the bill, as well as beyond the department, engaging other stakeholders such as client departments, as well as other custodians within the environment, the built environment, on their inputs to ensure that then it does not conflict with other legislations as well as prescripts. Infrastructure Development Act amendment was submitted to Cabinet. Was not submitted. It was introduced. It was not introduced in Parliament, so that there's further discussion on the Infrastructure Development Act, particularly the component that seeks to then establish Infrastructure South Africa as a entity on its own. That is still with extensive consultation with National Treasury, as it has financial implications, as well as the state of the entity that is still being discussed on what will be the form it will take in relation to driving the infrastructure overall in the country, as well as how it will perform as an entity. So for now, it is a sub-program within the department where there are transfers and also MOAs with the IDC on how we run the infrastructure prospect. In terms of the EPWP breakdown, Chairperson, I spoke to about the transfer of the grants as well as the work opportunities that have been created, about 4.4 since the inception of the EPWP. Now, for this financial year, or the year under review, these are the sectors that have contributed to the work opportunities: environment and culture, infrastructure, non-state, community, as well as 9 state NPOs and social sector. So we're sitting at 96% or 97%, if you will, of the targets that have been achieved for this financial year, of which the target is 1 million work opportunities to be created. We are sitting at 990,686 work opportunities that have been created. We further break it down in terms of the sphere of government, municipal, provincial, and national, and then these are the breakdowns of that 990,686, of which a large chunk comes from national at at 399 work opportunities created, followed by the provincial at 345.2 and 246 million work opportunities. 246,000 work opportunities that have been created by municipalities. Further, Chair, we then break it down in terms of a provincial spread of these work opportunities, the same numbers. Eastern Cape is sitting at 107 work opportunities, 107,000 work opportunities, 20,000 in the Free State, all the way down to Western Cape sitting at that, giving us a total of 591 work opportunities that have been created in relation to the provincial spread of work opportunities created. Now, in terms of PMTE programs, Chair, again, I'm not touching on the PMTE financial as well as real estate investment is sitting at green. This is the construction project management, where it's sitting at 20%. The challenge is largely, Chair, when you look at the indicators are interlinked from the design solutions to construction projects to be completed on time, and then construction projects completed within the budget, as well as the total quantum of constructions projects that are completed within the agreed period. We have a challenge in terms of the agreed period and overall and in actual fact will affect the total number of projects that have been completed. The underlying or the challenges that we face is approval of funding, because we rely on the funding of the client departments. So we find that the delays in the approval of those funds by the client departments will then affect the time in which we had allocated for the work to be done within those construction projects. Now, if they then approve in the third quarter, of which then our target was meant to have been completed in quarter two, it then has a ripple effect in terms of the entire financial year. So we do experience those from the client departments in funding in those funds that they then approve to enable us to continue to work on construction side. We also do experience contractors continuously extending the period, and that also gets to a point where there will be litigations, and then certain courts and offices by client, where we get to a point of litigation, and as well as challenges that we face with contractors that tend to pull out of site. We also have extension of time due to sourcing of the replacement contract. So once a contractor is pulled out of site, it also takes quite some time to get to contractors on site to continue with the work. Now the work is underway with the establishment of project management units, as well as 10 key projects, as well as the war room on dealing with the issues of setting up a panel of contractors, so that when a contractor pulls out of site, you can already pick from the panels to then replace that. That then shortens the period of procurement of a contractor to then cover that time lapse for it to be able to continue the work. So those are some of the initiatives to deal with some of these challenges. Cancellation of bids to bids is also of unresponsiveness. With that also will be dealt with by the PMU and the war rooms to ensure that we respond within a reasonable time for contractors on site. Now, the other major issue, which is coupled with the economic climate, is also the contractors who are also facing financial difficulties and cash flow problems, and then it delays the projects on the ground as they also seek to find their feet in relation to cash flows and continue with the work, especially when there's subcontracting, as well as materials and changes in the environment also affects those projects. In terms of real estate management services, Chair, is the two main indicators we are expressing here that you've actually pulled it down at 67%. Is number of utilized vacant state-owned properties let out. Now, we had developed some guidelines in the department where we then have to follow those guidelines on how then we adequately provide support to dealing with the vacant state-owned and let them out. Now, it took some time for those guidelines to be implemented into the process. and then also the teething aspects of it, having to consider that we have 11 regional offices, and then the regional circumstances differ, and then we had to also deal with the teething challenges at your specific challenges in those geographical spaces, and then we kept on reviewing the guidelines so that it is all encompassing, and then enables us to then discharge the function of letting out these vacant state properties. And that is underway now, and those guidelines are now being implemented in consideration of the inputs made to improve the process, the function. In terms of the land hectares of land release, we had insufficient requests and information received from the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development, which also, this is a dual interaction between the department and the other custodian, where the delays that we experience in terms of the requests that are provided and processing those requests at the time of reporting, you find that it is now beyond the period of which we would have reported against the target that was set, and then that delays the reporting of those hectares. But eventually, a substantial amount of land was released for vacant for the purposes of socio-economic development. In terms of the real estate information register and services, as well as facilities management, real estate is sitting at 100%. Although the challenge that we do have that we face there, Chair, even though it's 100%, is that when it comes to vesting of land parcel, particularly confirming ownership, we spent quite some significant amount of energy and resources in dealing with the prior challenges that we face, particularly are coming from a disclaimer, where efforts were then geared towards addressing the audit issues, not only just the balance, the opening balance, but also the issues in terms of the capacity on the ground, and also the systems of collecting data, as well as the quality of that data. And then that exercise was, we spent quite some time as a department, hence you find that we now have a positive outcome on the audit as a result of the amount of resources that we spent in dealing with the issues of asset register. In terms of facilities management, two critical indicators that are a challenge is the number of conditions assessment conducted on identified properties, as well as critical components to determine condition. Now, what we presented in the past was that we had a challenge in terms of the capacity to roll out this program of proactive maintenance, as well as term contracts and total facilities, because that requires large sums of money. When you go the route of a total facilities, you're then looking at the high risk as well as the suite of services that will be rendered. So that then becomes a significant amount of funding that is required. So what we have done in response to that is to roll out a multidisciplinary technical team of panel as well. We go in the route of panels so that we can then able to discharge these services as and when they are required. And largely the intention is to have these term contracts as total facilities management on site, and then be able to identify areas that will need maintenance before the client even put a complaint, and then those matters are addressed. So those are some of the areas, Chair, that we have actually faced in relation to the high-level performance information. How are we dealing with this going forward, Chair, in addressing the underlying root causes of performance? We had presented in the past the 10-point principles, and the 10-point principles are still in check. And the large issues, largely, if you look at it, is service delivery improvement, where we now have service delivery standards and service level agreements. And then we'd also have, if I take you back to the facilities management, we now have a communication or a feedback loop with the client departments, where client departments can actually write back to the department on how we have actually provided that service, and how they also seek, or how we can actually improve services going forward. So we do have that coming through as part of the service delivery standard and SLAs. Business process management, that is still in progress, Chair, in terms of looking at the business processes of the organization. Now, that also links back to the earlier parts of the presentation where I talked about your digitization, the strategy, as well as various modules that will be required to drive the business of the department. So that is also underway. Clean audit is still continuous as a part of your audit action plans, where we identify areas that have been picked by the audit committee as well as the Auditor-General of South Africa, and then we develop an audit action plan to then deal with the root causes, so that then over time, as we move within the financial year, we address those matters towards a clean audit. And in some areas, I think there'll be this progress in areas of in some areas, and then there are some areas where we're still finding ourselves and finding a balance in how we deal with those. I think then the presentation from finance will also touch on those issues in terms of the historical journey on the issues around the audit. Now, also during the presentation, during the budget speech by the Deputy Minister and Minister, they were also emphatic on the issues of repositioning the Department of Public Works, particularly looking at a guiding framework that will reposition the department to play a significant role in driving infrastructure and also looking at the managing the property of South Africa, but also focusing on positioning it also, the department, in driving the economic reconstruction and recovery plan with a focus on issues of unemployment, inequality, and poverty. And then also through those programs, we look at ways on how we can leverage on the procurement spend of the department and the programs of the department, such as EPWP, on how we give effect to issues of employment, poverty, and inequality. So, Chair, this is a high level in terms of the non-financial performance of the organization. The next slides will then speak of the DPW main vote financial performance, and then the other one, PMTE, and then the debtors. Thank you, Chairperson, and members of the committee. Through you, Chair, if I may then give it to CFO. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Masango. Good afternoon, Chairperson and members of the committee. Chairperson, Mr. Mazibuba will present the DPW, and I will present PMTE.
Thank you, CFO, and good afternoon, Chairperson, members, and colleagues. Chairperson, I'm going to present DPWI financial performance, or the financial statement for the financial year ended March 2023. The current slide, Chair, is a summary of how we performed, and Mr. Masango has indicated that DPWI has received unqualified. As you can see, it's only one matter of emphasis under DPWI, so I'm not going to say much in terms of the performance summary. Then I'll move to the next slide. In the next slide, Chair, we are presenting the expenditure and the budget for the financial year ended March 2023. For 2022-23 financial year, Chairperson, we had a budget of 8.2 billion, and the spending as at the end of March was 7.910 billion, or 7.8 billion. We had an underspending of 242 million. And if you look at the economic classifications, all the economic classifications underspent. And the first one, Chair, if I go to economic classification under current payment, we underspent by 134 million. And that 134 million, it relates to compensation of employees, where we had a budget of 596 and 540 million was spent, and the variance is 82 million, or 83 million if I round it. And the 83 million, Chair, is relating to Program 1, where we have the underspending of 35 million, Program 2, we have underspending of 11 million, Program 3, 16 million, Program 4, 17, and Program 5, 3 million. And the reasons for the underspending, in summary, they are relating to the delay in the filling of positions. We in some instances, we had an actual delay where the positions that we confirmed as funded and vacant, they were not filled in time. In the second instance, it is where you have the internal appointment. When they are being promoted, the positions that they were occupying will be vacated, and as such, the underspending will be related to that particular position. In the other instance, Chair, it is where the officials or the employees are leaving the department, and it also takes time before those positions are also filled. Hence, we have 83 million underspending. Under goods and services, Chair, you'll see when you compare to 21-22, there is a huge improvement where we had a budget of 479, and the expenditure for the financial year ended 22-23, we spent 429 million. We had an underspending of 51 million, and the spending percentage is 89%. The reasons for the underspending under goods and services, Chairperson, is because of the delays in the receipt of the invoices where the service has been rendered. In the second instance, is where the cost containment measures were implemented. And the last one, it is the underspending resulting from lower than projected spending. Where, let's say, for an example, we were projecting a particular service to cost 10 million. When the actual comes, then it comes lower. So consolidating all those, then it will result in the underspending of 50 million. In terms of the programs that contributed to the underspending, it's program 1, 17 million, program 3, 24 million, and program 5, 9 million. In terms of the transfers, Chair, we have 100 million that was underspent. The transfers budget is 7 billion, 6.955 was spent, and we have the 100 million that was underspent. The 100 million, Chair, this is the request that was made outside the annual, outside the adjusted EME, and the approval was received around November from National Treasury, and the allocation came with the conditions. And those conditions were supposed to be met before the money can be transferred to the IDC for the first implementation of the project preparation. So it was only in February where we received the response from Treasury that all the conditions were met and the money can be transferred. Unfortunately, it was late when the money was transferred. It could not be spent on the other side. So it will be more of transferring to receive it at the end of the to the department at the end of the financial year. As such, decision was made that that money will remain unspent under the department. There was an attempt to request the money to be rolled over. We have not received any response from National Treasury. If it's approved, then it will be part of the current process. Machinery and equipment, Chair, we had a budget of 90 million, 10 million was spent, and the expenditure is equivalent to 53 million. 9 million would remain unspent, and that 9 million is due to delay in the delivery of the assets that were ordered during the financial year. If we move to the next slide, the next one. Chairperson, this slide talks about the statement of financial performance. What we do in this slide, we are making comparison between 22-23 and 21-22 financial year, and we give the reasons why there is an increase or the decrease in all the items that we have presented. Most of the items that you have in this slide are the same items that we have in the presentation that I've made in terms of the expenditure against the budget. The revenue, Chairperson, is the budget that we are receiving from National Treasury, and if you compare the two financial years, you will realize that the budget or the final budget for 22-23 is less than the budget for 21-22 financial year. The net difference is 201. The reason for the reduction in the budget is because of the money that was transferred from Department of Public Works during the AENA, which was around 388 million for the implementation of the small bridges, Chairperson. That decrease came from the transfers and therefore resulted in the budget for 22-23 being lower than the 21-22 financial year. Departmental revenue for 22-23, we received 33 million compared to 50 million in 21-22. And the variance between the two financial years is 18 million. That 18 million relates to the money that we received as an interest. The department is utilizing IDT to implement the non-state sector. The money that they are receiving, if it's generating the interest, that interest will be surrendered back to the department. And therefore, depending on how much money stayed in the IDT before it was spent through the different institutions that are implementing the program, it will result in higher or lower interest being received. Under the expenditure item, Chairperson, this is compensation of employees. As you can see, between the two financial years, we have a variance of 17 million, and that is mainly due to the annual salary increase, because we have indicated in the previous slide that compensation of employees, there was a delay in the filling of the positions, hence we had the underspending, but we still have more compared to the previous financial year. Goods and services, you can see, Chair, that there is a significant increase when you compare to the two financial years. The reason why we have a huge increase between 21-22 and 22-23 is because of COVID, where most of the employees during 21-22, they were operating from home. And as such, some of the items that we normally spend on, we were not spending. I'll make an example of traveling, Chairperson, where there was less traveling. It started picking up in 2022-23 because everyone was back in the office. I'll also make an example of the utilities. Either your electricity and the water consumption, there was an increase in the new financial year because everyone was in the office. There was also new allocation that was allocated for the IDT for the implementation of the non-state sector, where the budget moved from 46 million to around 86 million. And ESA also received money for technical support. That budget was not allocated in 21-22. So those items contributed to an increase in goods and services when you compare the two financial years. Chairperson, under transfers and subsidies, I've already indicated the reason for the decrease is because of the 388 that was transferred to the Department of Transport to support the small bridges program. And the last one, Chair, it will be the surplus, which is very minimal when you compare the two financial years. It means for both financial years, we underspend with almost the same amount. We move to the next slide. The next slide. Chairperson, in this slide, I will be presenting the statement of financial position. So again, Chair, in this slide, we are also making a comparison between the two financial years, and where there is a huge variance, I will explain the variance that we have between the two financial years. In terms of the items, Chair, I will start with the current assets. Under the current assets, we have the unauthorized expenditure. We still have the same amount reported as unauthorized expenditure. That means we do not incur any new unauthorized expenditure. In terms of the cash, Chair, we have more cash in the current financial year at the end of the financial year compared to the previous one. And the main reason for the cash that we have, it is because of the underspending that we have reported, the money that we have received from the provinces, which is KZN and Eastern Cape, for the implementation of the small bridges, and that resulted in a positive balance. Then the other one that is significant, Chair, it is the receivables, where we have an increase of 24 million between the two financial years, and that is because of the claims between the department and the PMTE. The other one, Chair, which I think is significant here, it is the one for the bank overdraft. Previously, Chair, we used to report the overdraft under the department, and the overdraft is mainly as a result of the unauthorized expenditure that I have indicated above there. But in this financial year, that unauthorized expenditure, if it's still there, it did not result in the overdraft for the department. Under the payables, Chair, I have indicated that as a department, we are implementing the small bridges programs on behalf of the two provinces currently, which is the Eastern Cape and the KZN. They will pay the department, and that money will be classified under the payables. As you can see, Chair, between the two financial years, in 21-22 financial year, it was 233 million. That has increased because of the money that was received from the Eastern Cape provinces. We can move to the next slide. The disclosure note. Under the disclosure note, Chair, we have identified the one that we think they are significant, and the rest, they are still there in the annual report. So here, because of the significance, hence we are providing the reason. The first one, Chair, it is the contingent liability. If you compare the two financial year, Chairperson, you'll realize that in 21-22, we reported 80 billion as a contingent liabilities. And in 22-23 financial year, we reported 82 million. And that 82 million is because of the confirmation letter or the statement that was received from the Department of Defense that still need to be verified, because we could not confirm the statement that was received from Defense. It was disclosed as contingent liabilities. Once that has been verified, then it will be paid, and therefore our contingent liability will decrease. The commitment, there is a decrease. We have committed less compared to the previous financial year. The accruals, we have 23 million compared to 21 million, and the bulk relates to municipal services. The payables, Chair, we reported 9 million under the payables not recognized compared to 1 million in the previous financial year, and that the bulk of the money relates to ILO that is implementing programs on behalf of the DPWI. Employee benefits, there is a decrease because of the lesser number of days that the employees have compared to the previous financial year. Finance lease, there is an increase because of the new contract that the department has entered into, where 21-22 reported 3 million, but for 22-23 that has increased to 6 million. Next slide. Chairperson, I've already indicated here that the unauthorized expenditure did not incur any new expenditure. What I can report is that, Chair, the report is with Treasury. We are waiting for feedback from Treasury as to whether the unauthorized expenditure has been submitted and approved or not approved by the Parliament. But the bottom line is that we did not incur the new unauthorized expenditure as a department. The next slide is irregular expenditure. Under the irregular expenditure, you will see that for 21-22, there was an 83 million that was reduced, and that is because after the investigation, it was determined that some of the amount that were disclosed under 196, they were not meeting the definition of the irregular expenditure. As such, 83 million was regarded as a prior period error, and that resulted in a reduction in the irregular expenditure for 21-22. And for 22-23, Chair, there is an increase of 3.9. This 3.9 relates to the salary payment made to officials whose appointment were found to be irregular. I think this case started around 2017 or 2018. The matter has not been finalized, and as we continue carrying the expenditure, such expenditure will be disclosed as irregular. Then we move to the next slide. The next slide, Chair, is fruitless and wasteful expenditure. As you can see, Chair, the opening balance it's almost the same with a small reduction for 22-23 financial year. And the opening balance was restated as the amount related to the project that was implemented by the department on behalf of the Department of Basic Education. The matter was referred for investigation, and the investigation revealed that this amount should be disclosed as fruitless and wasteful expenditure. There is a process internally so that the amount can be cleared or the transaction can be resolved and be cleared from the fruitless and wasteful expenditure. But what we can report is currently we still have the 55 million reported as irregular, as fruitless and wasteful expenditure under the department. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I'm presenting the PMTE. My name is Mantas. Thank you. Chairperson and members of the Portfolio Committee. The PMTE received qualified audit with the certain line items that are part of publication. I must indicate, Chair, as Razi has already said, that in the past financial year, it was a disclaimer, but it has improved. It may not be what we wanted to achieve, but there is a slight improvement. If you can go to the next slide, please. So, Chairperson, this is a summary of actual receipts. The PMT in terms of the final budget in line with the ENB is 21.9 billion. And against that final budget, the actual receipt was 19.2 billion, with a variance of 2.7 billion. In terms of the overall recovery rate against what was the final budget, sitting at 87%. It is not far from the previous financial year. Actually, we are stagnant in terms of recoveries against the final budget. However, we need to note that the budget for previous year was more than the budget for the year under review, because there were adjustments that were done, particularly services of bridges as far as data. However, I must emphasize the few significant items in this line chain. Accommodation charges, leasehold, the budget was 5.4 billion, and the actual receipt was 5.2 billion, which is 95% recovery rate. The reason for the under recovery that area is due to Department of Correctional Services that did not pay the full amount. For state-owned, it's 7.1 billion, and 6.8 billion was the actual receipt. So there was a variance of 251 million, which is 97% recovery rate. And the other area that we need to highlight is municipal services, where the final budget was 5.1 billion and the spending was 2.9 billion. Chair, on this one, this service has been evolved to clients' departments. So some clients did take over during the year, whereas the final budget could not be amended because it was already concluded. So hence we then see skewed figures in terms of spending. It's not to say municipalities were not paid if you compare with the previous financial year. Then on the, if you go to the next slide, it was next slide, it's expenditure outcome. per economic classification, current payments share, we have 16.8 billion in terms of the final budget. Then total expenditure against that final budget is 17.5 billion, with the 94% spending, which is lower than what we earned the previous year, where we spent 97%. But I will highlight and the significant highlights on that. If one looks at municipal services recovered, the final budget was 5.1 billion, and the actual expenditure was 3.7 billion, of 1.3 billion, as I've already outlined, some plans took over. And the other area, Chair, it's leasing private owned. So it's where we are leasing from private sector. At the time when the budget was finalized was for 5.6 billion, but we spent 5.8 billion. At face value, Chair, it made it like it's overspending, but this is a recovery cost because we project at the beginning of the year. It's not like the appropriated budget where it's appropriated by National Treasury, but it's based on the estimates that we have. So the 5.8 billion was really to transit advance, and we have recovered some of those. The other area, Chair,
Chairperson, if I might interject.
Yes, Honorable Sihlalo.
I do apologize, Chair. I had raised my hand with the hope that you will see it. I didn't want to disturb the presentation. It has become a bit difficult to hear the presenter. I'm sure the colleagues are seated in a boardroom somewhere, but it is incredibly difficult as it comes and goes. I don't know if I'm the only one experiencing that particular challenge, Chair. I do apologize.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Sihlalo. I thought maybe it's my network. Mr. Sithole, can you please try to be audible enough and try that the background noise is minimized?
Okay. Thank you, Chair. I have a flu, Chair. I'm not sure if it's because of that. My voice is not okay. I'm not sure if it's better now, Chair.
A little bit. How is it to you, Honorable Sihlalo?
It is very much better. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Please continue then.
Okay, I'm sorry about that, Chairperson. And so as I've indicated, Chairperson, the total current payments then it's 18 billion in terms of the budget against the total expenditure of 17.5 billion. Then if you move to capital payments, which we had 3.2 billion as a final budget, the spending there was 2.6 billion, with a variance of 620 million, which then is 81% in terms of the overall spending. If you compare with the previous year, Chair, the spending was sitting at 67%. So there is a huge improvement in terms of spending on infrastructure. However, what one need to highlight is capital recoverable, where we had a budget of 2 billion and we spent 1.4 billion, giving us 68% in terms of overall spending, which was a slight decrease, Chair, if you compare with the previous financial year of 73%. And then the reason for that, Chair, it's what we presented throughout the year, that there was a slow progress in terms of spending in the infrastructure, which we've been presented throughout the quarters. Then capital non-recoverable, that's a DPW budget, Chair. We spent 102%, Chairperson, on that one, which was a significant improvement. I must indicate, Chair, it may look as overspending also, but at year end also, there are accruals that we need to account for, where then we get work done at year end, which may not have necessarily been paid, but from the spending point of view, we must account for the full expenditure, irrespective whether it's paid or not. But in terms of the improvement, then if you compare to the previous year where we spent 61%, we managed to spend everything that we had.
We are losing you again, or you have moved away from the device. You were speaking fine, but you are losing you again. Mr. Chole. Yeah.
Is it better now?
Yes, it is. Please remain where you are. Don't move if you are moving.
Chair, I haven't moved. Maybe I must hand over to you, Anita. I'm having a flu. My voice is not stable. Is it fine, Chair?
Please now, please continue.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you, Chair. Lwazi, if you can move to until slide, if you can move, Lwazi, I've already explained all these narratives. You can move, Lwazi. Yes. Chairperson, so this is the financial position of the PMTE, particularly the assets. This is the section for assets. So the current assets share is 3.5 billion, whereas in the previous financial year was sitting at 4.6 billion. So there is a movement of about 1.1 billion. The main reason it's highlighted as follows: receivable from exchange, which is your mainly debtors. It's gone down from 4.1 billion to 3 billion. The reason for that, Chair, some clients did pay. However, there were also amount that we had to impair, particularly as a result of the Prescription Act. So we had to apply those accounting principles. And then the other significant area, Chairperson, it's cash and cash equivalent, where there was a reduction of it's increased from 2.8 to 22 million. The reason for that, Chair, is interest that was received from implementing agents, particularly Kumha, where we received 20 million from our implementing agents. Then the net current assets, Chair, it's 149 billion. If you compare with the previous financial year, it was sitting at 150 billion. So there is a movement of 125 million, which is less than 1%. So in terms of total assets for PMTE, it's 153 billion. And Chair, it's really a good sign because our immovable asset register was unqualified. So it gives also credibility to these figures because the 149 billion basically is from our asset register. Then if you go to the next slide, Lwazi. Thank you. Current liabilities for the current year or a year under review, it's 11.8 billion against 11.9 billion of the previous financial year. So there was a movement of 110 million. However, I will explain some significant changes or movements. Particularly on bank overdraft, Chair, it increased from 851 million to 1.8 billion. So it's as a result of the recoveries that we didn't fully recover all the debtors that were due from clients' departments, but I will explain at a later stage. And the other area, Chair, where there was a significant movement, it's payable from exchange transactions, where it decreased from 5.1 billion to 3.3 billion. This is due to the write-off that we had to implement, Chair, and restatement that we had to do on accrual. As a result, then there was that significant reduction on payments from exchange. And I must indicate, Chair, this is the figure that there were a lot of qualification issues this line item. Then the other area, Chair, that is significant is provisions, where there was a significant increase from 923 million to 1.3 billion. This is mainly due to maintenance on day-to-day maintenance. So the non-current liabilities is 2.7 billion against 2.9 billion. So there was a slight decrease of 6%. So our total liabilities is 14.5 billion, whereas in the previous year was 14.8 billion. So the net assets, if you take the total assets against the total liabilities, it leaves us with 138 billion, whereas in the previous year was 140 billion. So there is a movement of 1%. Laz, if you can move to the next slide. Statement of financial performance highlights. The augmentation revenue decreased, Chairperson, from 4.3 billion to 3.9 billion. The reasons are already outlined earlier on. It was because of the 388 million that was given to early season bridges and project preparation. So as a result, then we had to decrease that budget. The impairment loss on receivable decreased, Chairperson, significantly from 2.4 billion to 1.6 billion. I've already outlined the reasons for such a decrease. However, the deficit, Chairperson, it remains more or less the same, because in the current year it's 1.5 billion, whereas in the previous financial year it was 1.6 billion. Laz, if you can move to the next slide. And statement of financial performance, Chair, I'm not going to go into details also. I'll just deal with the highlights. So the total revenue in terms of financial performance, it was 16.8 billion, whereas in the previous financial year was 17.4 billion. So I want to discuss the details there, Chair. Then total expenses, it was 18.4 billion for the year under review, whereas in the previous year was 19.1 billion. I will just highlight a few issues there where there are significant movements, particularly loss on disposal of assets, where in the previous year we were sitting at 4.3 million. And whereas this the year under review is 187 million. The reason for that, Chair, there were a lot of land disposal where we had to distribute land as part of the program of the department. It was not the cash that we received, but we disposed more of the assets. Then the other area, Chair, I think property rates, it decreased from 1.9 billion to 1.5 billion. So it's based, Chair, if I can just emphasize on that, we paid a lot of transactions that were part of accrual in the previous year, whereas in the year under review, there were less of such accruals. As a result, then there was that movement of 18%. So the deficit I've already highlighted, Chair. I'm not going to repeat that. If you can move to the next slide. Thank you. This is irregular expenditure, Chair. In terms of irregular expenditure, it has increased if one compares with the previous financial year, where we had 1.8 billion. Currently, it's sitting at 1.9 billion. And we must highlight, Chairperson, just a recap where we are coming from with irregular expenditure, where we used to have 34 billion, and now it's under control. However, one transaction is too many when there is irregular expenditure. However, what we have done, we wrote to National Treasury with a view that we need to condone some of the transactions because they are old, very old, Chairperson. So Treasury responded then to say, no, accounting officer must make a decision. They've looked at our motivation, but the accounting officer can make a decision. So we are in that process, Chair, of dealing with that in this current year. However, Chair, I need to highlight that there is also an amount that we incurred in this current year, which is 67 million, which was discovered during 22-23 financial year. And due to change of reporting framework issued by National Treasury, so we had to then adjust that 67 million. However, the new irregular expenditure reported in the current year is 161 million. Then 141 million was discovered in the current audit cycle. But what we must also indicate, Chair, we have referred some of the transactions to labor relations to hold officials accountable. However, we are in a process also of concluding determination of the 110 part of 161 million, because in terms of Treasury, in terms of the framework from National Treasury, we need to perform that assessment before we can defer some of the transactions to labor relations for consequence management. Then on fruitless and wasteful expenditure in the next slide, Mazi. Yeah. On this one, Chair, there is no significant improvement in terms of resolving the transactions. It remains at 137 million. But what I must indicate then, we have the amount of basic education, which is 46 million. It's exactly the same as what Aaron reported earlier on, to say we are looking at that. The report was finalized by GRC. We are then expected to implement consequence management in that amount. Then, Chair, there is additional amount of 4,000 which was incurred in the current financial year, which has been routed to recover that money from a responsible official. We then monitor that because we want to recover on that amount. However, we will also deal with the opening balance in terms of holding people accountable for those amounts. Then on debtors, Chair, if you can move, Lazo. On debtors, Chair, the total debtors as opening balance was sitting at 8.3 billion. Then against that opening balance of 8.3 billion, we recovered 1.2 billion. However, we issued invoices worth for 16.4 billion, and we recovered 14 billion, which then represent 85% of the current invoices that were issued, which in terms of recovery, then it's not too bad. However, there is still a variance of about 1.8 billion if you compare on invoices that were issued against what clients paid. Then the total outstanding balance at year end was sitting at 9.5 billion. We've been reporting this, Chairperson, in terms of the debt recovery, and there were a lot of recommendations that were made by the portfolio committee strategy which will be implemented. Then the age analysis, which is the next slide. And yeah, in terms of the age analysis, for the current, it's 627 million, whereas invoices or claims that are older than 30 days, it's 361 million. So one can see that it takes time for claims departments to pay, because there is also more amount that falls beyond 60 days, which is 852 million. So on average, we basically need about 2 billion really if we were to cover all the cash flow in terms of services that we provide to clients. Then the total for 2022-23 is 1.8 billion, as I indicated earlier on, against the invoices that were issued in that year compared to what was received. However, the challenge that we are facing, Chair, it's mainly on the previous balances, which is 7.6 billion. So the total then is 9.5 billion. Chairperson, we then recommend that the portfolio committee note the presentation on DPWI and PMTE annual report for 22-23 financial year. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Mr. Stoller. In fact, to all the presenters on this report of DPWI and PMTE. I now invite honorable members to ask questions and deliberate on this report. Honorable Siwisa, you the one that I can see the hand now. Honorable Matebula, Honorable Tring. Those are the three hands. Okay, Honorable Sihlolo, Honorable Siwisa, Honorable Matebula, Honorable Tring, Honorable Sihlolo, and then the last one will be Honorable Jobo. In that order, honorable members.
May I please,
Honorable Siwisa.
With due respect, may I please be there first? I have a commitment. I will lose network.
Oh, no problem, sir.
Honorable, thank you, Honorable Siwisa. Honorable Matebula.
Yeah, no, thank you very much, and thanks to Honorable Siwisa. Chair, my greetings once more, Chair. I just have got only one or two issues to raise. One, Chair, let me take the opportunity and congratulate the department on work that is doing, especially when it comes to job creation. The report states that in the target of 5 million, they've actually reached about 4.1 million in terms of job creation. So I think those are the good news that we all want to hear, and what people of South Africa want to hear. You know, as we know that we have a kind of a high rate of unemployment with about 42%. So with the creation of jobs, I think that it will make the percentage to go down, Chair. We wish we could have everybody employed in South Africa, and I wish all departments could emulate our department. But also, Chair, there was also an indication with regard to the issue of fraud, that the level of fraud, it has been brought down at least to now a single digit. Chair, those are not good news. We want a department that is fraud free. I think the department needs to maximize prevention of fraud, because fraud is stealing from the people. And if there's fraud that is happening and we say no, it was 2 digits and then it has gone down, I don't think that it's what people want to hear. We want to hear zero percent in terms of fraud or no digit at all. But Chair, in the morning, it was reported with regard to, the number of or the amounts of irregular and wasteful expenditure. And when I'm listening to PMTE, and also from what I read, they, out of the 2.5 billion rand, I think they are the ones who are accounting the highest amount of money when it comes to irregular and wasteful expenditure. And that's the worry, because all in the department, including the 6 entities, as far as I have heard, is that they all account for 2.5 billion. So, well, I'm not so sure whether, what are the others, in fact, are accounting, but what I'm seeing, the PMTE having the highest or the largest chunk of irregular and wasteful expenditure. But well, I also hear that they are also saying that no, we have brought down irregular and so on, and irregular expenditure and wasteful expenditure. I think that also, Chair, it's not something that we should celebrate. We want to see irregular and wasteful expenditure done away with. You see, but Chair, also, I think I just want to pose this question to the department as per the presentation that we got from the AG in the morning, that the department, including the PMTE, have failed to comply with the key legislations, especially when it comes to procurement processes. So meaning that the procurement processes are being flouted. And it is so disappointing, because the people that we are talking about are not people who came to the department yesterday. The department is not, you've got people who are educated, well experienced, and who know what to do when it comes to this particular function of procurement. So for them not to comply with the key legislation when it comes to procurement processes, it's a worry. But as I have indicated in the morning, that the issue of irregular expenditure is a springboard to committing crime and also acts of corruption. And I'm not hearing. I hear that when I hear them, it's like they're speaking in tongues. One specific is that, we have so much of irregular and wasteful expenditure. And these are the disciplinary steps that we took. This one had to go for disciplinary, and this one we had to press charges. And we want something in terms of figures as to how many of those people who have been taken to task for such. So, in short, I just wanted to raise that, and thank you very much for your indulgence. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Matebula. Honorable Siwisa.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much. And thank you for the presentation that has been put forward. Chair, there's a lot of issues that were raised by the AG. That's why I said in the morning, I said, maybe some of the questions should be directed to the department, because the AG only did their audit and came out with the results that they came out with. Yes, there might be an improvement, but still, Chair, if we look at the report of the AG, and then we look at the presentation, and there are certain questions that are being raised, because some of the things that the AG report alluded to pertaining to PMTE and DPWI is that they are going to lose some of the constructions because of the sister departments are not happy by the quality of work that they are getting from the department. There's a problem of there's no maintenance, and this is an issue that I've been raising for so long, that the department speaks about a maintenance plan and yet there's no maintenance. And when you ask a question, it says that the sister departments or the user department is responsible for maintenance. And if they're leasing out private properties, it's by virtue of getting into partnership that whoever is renting their buildings is going to do maintenance. But also that has had a negative effect on the department and PMT itself. And my worry, Chair, is that PMTE is going to end up not knowing what they're supposed to do. We've been fighting with PMTE for so long that it's not even funny anymore. Some of the issues that were raised by the AG office is that because of they did a change in indication, it led to no confirmation of work opportunities being recognized, especially under EPWP. Again, it goes to the lack of consequence management within the department and the entity PMTE itself. They are still sitting with unfilled vacancies, which also leads to them not getting a positive result from the AG's report. And the issue that I want to raise is the appointment that was found to be irregular, according to the PSC investigation. And then the issue is with the Labour Court. And we are speaking about finances here. The moment you put in legal, it means that the department is spending money again, which is money that they do not have. We need to spend more money on service delivery to make sure that we've got a conducive, habitable buildings where user departments can work freely. So that's also one of the issues. The construction projects that are incomplete or they had to change contractors has also have a negative impact on service delivery done by the DPWI. I don't understand a contractor that takes up a contract and then they fail to finish a project because they've got financial difficulties. And I think, Chair, I once raised this thing with the former Minister of Public Works to say, we know there are instances whereby contractors are given, they bid, but they don't have the finances. They bid and then they get the contract and then it becomes a problem at a later stage. We know that there are such instances that happen. And I was told that everything is done according to the books and everything. And again, what Honorable Matebula alluded now, the issue of not following the legislative frameworks that are put in place is also going to cause the department not to be able to contribute positively to ensuring that state-owned buildings and any other building that they are utilizing is actually in the proper condition, or be able to give a sister department or user department to give them a building that is properly in the right condition. Late submission of invoices is still also a problem. This is something that, this is not a new department. The only thing that was added was infrastructure. Department of Public Works has been there, infrastructure was put in. They should be mastering how to do intervention to ensure that invoices are submitted on time. They should be mastering the matter of ensuring that NPOs and NGOs do what needs to be done for them not to have a delay in them to get their monies, because if an NGO is not paid on time, it means that the beneficiaries of EPWP are not going to be paid on time. It means that there's a certain family that's not going to eat, and there's a certain mother or father that's not going to be able to pay their bills on time because of there is no consequence management. I fully agree with Honorable Matebula when he speaks to how many people have been found not to have complied with what needs to be done. How many of them have been taken to task? Because when you look at the Aegis report, to say certain people, yes, they were found guilty, some money was retrieved. What consequence management do you have in place to ensure that something like that doesn't happen? And then I'll come to the issue of contractor that was taken when we speak about Welisizwe project, Siama Bridge in the floods in KZN. And then a contractor outside of the province was taken when KZN is a province that we know you can find people there. And then what are the reasons that made the department to decide to go and take a contractor in Gauteng, which led to overpricing of material, and then also to spend more on transportation? Because I think the department should have learned from the Beit Bridge saga that we need to do things accordingly so that we do not have another Beit Bridge. Now we are sitting, as you alluded earlier on, Chaukuti, we were not even aware of Iwelisizwe project that was happening that is actually under DPWI. I always thought it falls on another department, but now we are sitting with that one. And if the department doesn't learn, because I said it earlier on, I said what is being mentioned in the Aegis report is what we've been fighting with the department for so long. And it seems as if whatever advice or whatever input that we make towards the DPWI, it falls in deaf ear, because we are here to assist them, we are here to guide them, we are here to show them what's the best way to do it. And yet it always falls on deaf ear, and then we get a report that we're getting. We want to get a very clean, nice and lovely report, nothing that says that there were no invoices that were sent, there were no supporting documents that were sent. People know what they are supposed to be doing. And yet it seems as if still in the 6th administration, still the DPWI is still struggling to do their mandate as DPWI. Because if public works is collapsing, everything is going to collapse. Right now, they are being faced that user departments are saying that we are going to do our own construction because of we can't rely on you guys. If we rely on you, we are going to get a building that is not according to the standards that we want. So they should be learning from each and every mistake. They need to be able to make improvements and learn and look at where were the loopholes, how can we close the loopholes? If we can't close it, what is the next thing that we can do to ensure that everybody is happy at the end of the day? But Chair, I'm really worried about PMTE. If nothing is done about PMTE, it's just going to be PMTE there by name, and then they are not going to be able to do what needs to be done in the PMTE itself. So I hope the minister and the deputy minister are going to do a serious intervention when it comes to PMTE. We can't be speaking about PMTE right now because it's right there. So we should be speaking about PMTE is delivering its mandate. We can't be speaking with an entity where every time we get a regression report. So, Chair, all my points are from the report of the AG, because AG, when the AG says this, we need to take it at heart and look deeply into it. And this is what I'm doing, that I'm looking deeply into the report of the AG's office. And if what they said, and we all agree as to what they said, and we know, then the department really needs to do better, because we can't be sitting in the last year of the 6th administration and then we are still getting reports like this. At the end of the day, it's going to be part of our legacy report. It's going to reflect as if the portfolio committee members did not advise the department when the need arose. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Siwisa. Honorable Tring.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, what we have here is some 1.6 billion of irregular expenditure on slide 43 of the presentation, which is been asked. Treasury is actually asked to condone, and the excuse being given is that it's old. And so because it's old, it's been carried over from previous year. We need to actually condone the irregular expenditure. My concern here, Chair, is that the reason why it's actually carried over is because of the seriousness of irregular expenditure. I think it was Honorable Matubula who indicated that when you have this irregular expenditure, fruitless, wasteful expenditure, it's almost tantamount to criminal, if not tantamount to criminal behavior. And very clearly, to condone, in my opinion, 1.6 billion of irregular expenditure is to condone mediocrity, and where it is proven, also to condone criminal behavior without any consequences. And so for as long as we are, and this is one of the challenges that the Auditor-General has raised, is that there's been very little, in certain instances, very little consequence management. And where we continue to condone and write off irregular expenditure, we are not going to see a decrease in these irregularities as we go ahead. So, Chair, I think that the department certainly needs to get its act together, because our consequence management and our disciplinary cases is certainly not measuring up to some of the challenges with regards to irregular expenditure, fruitless, wasteful expenditure, and so on. I think Honorable Siwisa also expressed a concern with regards to PMTE as a going concern. Well, it was the Auditor-General who expressed concern of PMTE as a going concern, because currently the liabilities of PMTE exceed their assets. And obviously this is with regards to your sister departments not paying for what is services that have been rendered by PMTE and so on. So we understand that. But very clearly, Chair, I think that PMTE, if there's no turnaround, and if there are no initiatives and turnaround strategies that are being implemented with regards to PMTE, then certainly where we're heading for with PMTE is collapse, failure, and or bailouts, or possibly even ISA infrastructure South Africa as a replacement for PMTE. So I'm not sure whether PMTE is actually being set up for failure, but that's at the face value, where there's no turnaround strategy. It seems as if this is where PMTE is actually heading. Chair, there was funding that was given for some 24 bridges in KwaZulu-Natal. The contract was given to, I think it was the Department of Defense. And I picked up that only of the 24 bridges, 4 were built. So I'm not sure what the timeframes were. So if we could actually have just some clarity with regards to those bridges, the ones in KwaZulu-Natal, because if you have funds that were transferred for the payment of 24 bridges, but only four being built, I think that also is a serious challenge. I'm not sure, Chair. Also, I see that there's been some mention of the Bait Bridge and some challenges that we had with Bait Bridge unfair procurement processes. But I don't see anything with regards to the Jersey barrier wall in the Mkanyakuda area. Remember that we actually did an oversight visit, and there were some investigations by the SIU, but I haven't picked up anything in with the status of material irregularities or in any of the reports with regards to the progress on the irregularities that we picked up with the building of that Jersey barrier wall in the Mkhanyakude area. And then I think finally, Chair, we've got material irregularities with regards to state funerals exceeding their contracts amounts and leave overpayments and assets not being safeguarded. And with regards to Telkom towers, 1 out of 9 buildings that are still being utilized, only 1 out of the 9 buildings with an amount of or close onto 700 million rand, or 750 million rand that has been spent. And this also very clearly, Chair, is also tantamount to wasteful and in my opinion, irregular expenditure. Very clearly, if the department is incapable of doing what it is supposed to do, we have students that are struggling for accommodation. We have sister departments that are paying exorbitant rates within the private sector, and we have buildings that are under the control of PMTE and the department, but lying unutilized. It's unacceptable, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Tring. Honorable Sihlalo.
Chairperson, thank you very much, and thank you to my colleagues also for their contribution. I've been largely covered in that respect. Chairperson, for apologies. We must note that during the AG's report or presentation this morning, that it was emphasized that most of these issues are old issues. And there is a lack of compliance with respect to the legal prescripts of the PFMA. Now, if you look at Section 39 of the PFMA on the budgetary control, the acting DG, if you look at whether if they would have implemented this particular section, that the Minister and the Treasury would have known about possible wastages long before October each financial year. And they should have been able to address all of these weaknesses that the AG had listed earlier this morning. Now, the appointment of the minister, and it's very unfortunate that the minister and deputy minister are not here, because quite honestly, some of these particular issues should be directed to the executive, because he is the head of policy. We need to always ask ourselves the question, Chairperson, in terms of what does executive action mean? Does it not mean doing oversight over how the department uses the allocated budget to implement policy? The minister should receive a year-end report according to the PFMA, as I indicated earlier, and he should know these weaknesses and give policy guidance to ensure that these weaknesses are addressed in time. And this is a very big problem because it doesn't seem as if these are the things that are actually happening within the department, and my colleagues have emphasized the failures of PMTE in this regard. When I asked the minister, and I'll reiterate my sentiments from earlier this morning, and when I asked the minister about the illegal occupation of properties under the Department of DPWI, and the minister indicated that the department provides security services to safeguard vacant state-owned properties in various municipalities across the country, we know that this isn't true. This isn't true because of the failures of PMTE, particularly in as far as the department and PMTE knowing where most of their immovable assets are, because the immovable asset registry is seemingly not up to standard. And that is a very big problem that we have. And that is a problem that is, as I indicated, has been raised within the portfolio committee year in, year out, without any of these particular issues being taken to heart. And that's the biggest problem that we have. Chairperson, I need clarity. Personally, I need clarity on two issues that relate to EPWP. Now, the Department of Public Works is the funding agent. We know that amongst ourselves in our constituencies, there are always issues relating to EPWP vacancies, how the employment takes place, the amount of stipend or salaries that South Africans receive in as far as EPWPs are concerned, questions that have been raised in terms of financial mismanagement and so forth and so on. I want to know that once we receive these issues, because I've tried before to refer this issue to the department through the Speaker's office on irregularities that relate to EPWP in the municipality of Greater Taung. What is the best way in order to engage with the department where there are issues, irregularities that are being raised at a local level on the issue of salaries that are being paid to EPWP employees? I also need clarity, Chairperson, on Welisizwe Bridge Program or project. 3 departments, or 4 now, are responsible for this: Transport, Infrastructure South Africa, SANDF, and now Public Works and Infrastructure. Can I get a breakdown of who's responsible for what in as far as the Welisizwe Bridge Program or project is concerned? Because it cannot be possible that we sit here with a presentation that highlights this particular program, important program, and yet some of the departments that are responsible are not accountable to us as a portfolio committee. And I think that it would be very important for us to be able to then hold somebody accountable. But because we are in Public Works, to what extent do we hold Public Works accountable in as far as this particular issue is concerned? In one of the slide presentations by PMTE, we saw that there had been well over about 158 resignations, if I am correct. What has led to these resignations? What critical positions were these 158 employees or individuals occupying within PMTE? And what has been the impact as far as those resignations are concerned? We know that in our March report of the Portfolio Committee, it was indicated or written by our committee staff that one of the biggest challenges that PMTE is facing is the resignation of these particular individuals going to the private sector. What is leading them to go to the private? I mean, the private sector is hardly huge enough to be able to absorb all of these particular talents. What is leading them to resign and go into the private sector? And what is it that the PMTE intends on doing about that? I asked the question that I asked this morning in as far as the framework that is being implemented by PMTE. Is it not outdated? And what are the plans to actually revitalize it or revisit that particular framework in order for it to be in line with the current need standards in the country? Chairperson, I think I will reiterate your call that you made earlier, that it is incredibly disappointing that we don't have the minister and the deputy minister in this meeting, because as I said earlier, it is the executive that is supposed to be at the forefront of dealing with these particular issues, because the legislation requires that they receive feedback on some of these issues, the budgetary control issues, so that they may be able to then plan further. And I believe that Honorable Thring, Honorable Siwis, and Honorable Matebula highlighted on the most crucial issues in as far as this department is concerned, and the lack of accountability that exists within the department. I would also urge, Honorable Chairperson, that we perhaps get a briefing of some sort from a layman's point of view, because I consider myself a layman when it comes to Circular 135. What is it that it intends to achieve? From where? Where's the start? Where's the end? And how can South Africans then engage with the department in as far as this is concerned? I've mentioned on our meeting that we held on the 7th of June this year that there have been South Africans who have made an application through the Department of Public Works across the country, KZN, Northwest, Western Cape, but have not been receiving joy in as far as the department is concerned, because every time that they contact the department, the warm body that was responsible to speak to them on the first account is no longer there, which creates a problem. It creates a problem where we have a continued illegal occupation of DPWI properties. We have a continued rise of crime in communities where these particular buildings are located or situated. And these are, and I reiterate again, these are low-hanging fruits for the department. Why is it that South Africans must be taken from pillar to post in order to assist the department with its role, with its mandate, in order to achieve its outcome? Service delivery related outcome, that is, Chair. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Honorable Silo. Honorable Mjobo.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good afternoon to the department and the members. And I'd like to welcome the report. And earlier on, we met with the AG, and congratulate the department on the issue of the improvement, and I agree with that. But I think I don't have a question, but I'm covered, Chair. But the only I have is I'm going to comment on the issue of the PMTE, the issue of overdraft of 1.8 billion that the department maybe can do more. On the presentation, they indicated on the issue of overdraft, but that explanation is not enough. Maybe they must do more in terms of implementations. I think this, especially on the issue of underspending, must do more even on that one. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mjabo. Firstly, there is, I don't know whether it's Miss or Mrs., but there is Tembi Hlachayo. Her mic is always on, and as such, she is disturbing the meeting. Can you switch off your mic?
Apologies, ma'am.
Please. Several times, even when Mr. Stolle was presenting, you would disturb, and I didn't want to interject when Mr. Stolle was speaking. Please. Earlier on, we sat with Auditor-General, in which we were given a detailed report about the performance of the department and all its entities. And I think you have heard my colleagues focusing solely on Auditor-General. As people that are practicing oversight on you, we will definitely do so. In one of the slides, when Auditor-General is talking about the infrastructure and the fact that the user departments have lost confidence in the department, Auditor-General is saying the public works portfolio continues to fail to deliver projects that are of quality in a timely manner and within budget. Further says, there were 107 significantly delayed projects in the 2022-2023 financial report, with a total cumulative capital expenditure of 3.9 billion. These delays are mainly attributable to poor performance of the contractors, and these are infrastructure that are not ready for use by the client departments, and the client departments are moving away from you. This is not good. This is really not good. It is really a failure on the department side to deliver on what it is supposed to do so. And by so doing, failing to provide services for the people of South Africa that are looking at the department that has to provide services. There are many projects that have been shown. A police station in Ngamakwe, Eastern Cape, a contractor was awarded in 2012. That police station is not yet finished. It is not the only project that is being failed to be delivered. And tomorrow we are going to say, SAPS must give you projects, the infrastructure, but the department is failing to finish the project that it is supposed to do. There is on the issue of the leases, there is it's just that now I don't know where I wrote this, but there is where the department, or maybe say PMTE, they are paying more than what they are supposed to pay in terms of parking bays. Why? Because instead of paying for the number that is actually there, they are paying more. We don't know whether, again, this is the collusion or exactly what, oh, yeah, it is. Overpayment on parking bays. It's PMTE. The traded entity entered into a lease agreement with landlords for the park in February 2010. According to the lease agreement, there were 761 parking bays, and the monthly rate parking bay was 433. The user department is still in occupation of this building, and they are currently paying 990 per parking bay. When Auditor-General South Africa went there to verify, it found out there were only 552 parking bays. And so there is 209 that doesn't exist. And this 209 has been paid since 2010. This is PMTE. Some of the things that have been raised by Auditor-General on the report of PMTE are things that we have raised ourselves. One, we said that the absence of a policy, a public works policy or public works act, is the one that is making you not to, because you will say you are not receiving the money from the client departments. But what about this fact that you are not delivering on what you are supposed to do? That police station that subs you were supposed to do in 2012 for subs and is still not yet finished. What can the entity, PMTE, defend itself on this one? How? How are you going to defend yourselves on this one? And this issue of the parking bays that maybe have only been discovered in the 2022-2023 audit. All these years, money have been paid for 209 parking bays that are not even in existence. How is that money going to be recouped? That money maybe should have been utilized for some services that have to be delivered in the communities. To me, really, yes, we appreciate that the department has improved from the disclaimer that it received in 2020, was it 2021, 2022, to a qualification, but there is still a lot that has to be done. I can't say more on the issue of consequence management, which is not being done. People are committing, it's a mistake for the first time, but is it still a mistake if you do this payment over how many years, from 2010 to over 12 years, paying for non-existent parking bays, which means there is no project management that is being done. No one has ever decided that I must go there and check whether what we are paying for is what we are getting. This is not good. I think department and PMTE, you need to pull up your socks. This report is really not good. And Auditor-General, most of the issues that Auditor-General have raised are issues that we have raised with you several times when we had meetings with you on the reports that you were giving to us. So it shows that what Auditor-General has seen, it's what we have always been saying, and what you have not been doing, which needs you to, for example, there's an issue here that Auditor-General has raised of the village board, the village board, parliamentary villages board, saying that there has not been a single report since 2013. And when we asked as the committee, why is this so? And we were informed that no, there is no such. And Auditor-General again raised that in this audit report, which means it is the truth. What is not the truth is what we are being told by PMTE and department when they are presenting reports to us, which is not fair for us as the portfolio committee and for the people of South Africa that are looking up at this department. We know that this department is crucial for service delivery because infrastructure is in this department. Thank you. I don't know this hand, Silo, your Honorable Silo, that is coming back because it was down, whether you want to add something before we hand over to them so that they can respond.
Yes, please, Chair, and thank you for your indulgence. Chairperson, I had wanted clarity on, and I'll ask this as a layperson. We know that DBSA has been an implementing agent on many of the projects that the Department of Public Works has undertaken. This includes, and I mentioned this earlier, the Park Road Police Station, the biggest police station in the Free State, that is located in Bloemfontein. Also the Odendaalsrus Police Station, that is also in the Free State. Now, upon oversight there, many of the issues or the indication was that DBSA had not paid some of the contractors, and much of the projects in as far as those two police stations are concerned have literally come to a halt. I want to then be perhaps be given clarity, as it were. Shouldn't this be part of the responsibility of PMTE? And perhaps also then from the department's point of view, a written submission or a written response to me or to the committee on what the current state of those particular two police stations are, and how the department intends to make sure that those particular renovations and the buildings of particular phase 2 in the Bloemfontein station is completed, concluded, and handed over to SAPS. Because this also goes back to precisely what you were emphasizing, Chairperson, in terms of the AG's presentation earlier, that we've got sister departments that want to take control over their infrastructure development because of the failures of DPWI. And we've got, again, a loss of revenue for the department that has been experienced because of the illegal occupation and hijacking of DPWI-owned properties. What then is the current state in as far as that relationship is concerned? And how does the department intend on making sure that they are able to then correct themselves in as far as these issues are concerned, but also emphasizing the point that these are long-standing issues and not new issues that were highlighted by the AG, as Honorable Matapelo Siwisa indicated earlier, that these are issues that have been raised over the past 4 years within the department, but it seems as if all of these particular challenges and issues are falling on deaf ears. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Sikhelo, on that. Maybe then invite the department to respond.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you to honorable members for all the comments and questions. Chair, if you allow me, I will deal with the ESA and versus PMTE matter as raised by the Honorable Tring, and then also raised a matter raised by Honorable Sitolo on the safeguarding of state properties, and then I'll allow my colleagues then to assist with the more technical question. On the ESA and PMTE matter, Chairperson, as we previously indicated, that the mandates of the two institutions are extremely different. It is true, and we agree with Honorable Tring, that the funding mechanism of the PMTE might be the lead in terms of creating challenges for the PMTE. However, if you look at the two mandates, Infrastructure South Africa is responsible for strategic infrastructure
interspherical, intergovernmental, meaning they work with all spheres of government, and they also work with different departments that have got strategic infrastructure. Whereas when it comes to PMTE, we're responsible for state-owned facilities, state-owned government facilities that are vested in the National Department of Public Works, and we're responsible for asset management, construction, and maintenance, and the overall provision of accommodation. And most of those functions are not found in Infrastructure South Africa. The only component of PMTE that could find solace within Infrastructure South Africa is only our CPM branch, the Construction Project Management. The rest of the branches would not find a home in ISA unless we amend the mandate of ISA, which would be another process altogether. So I thought, let me just clarify that. Honorable Seitolo, on the issue of safeguarding state properties, the deployment of security guards to our state properties is our default position. However, I agree with you that it is not sustainable. Hence, we came up with the Circular 135. And you asked a specific question that what is this Circular 135, where is it and what we are doing? It is currently in implementation. What we have decided to do, instead of going out on the market yet, we decided to start by the applications that are on the table. I have on the platform Mr. Maurice Mabinja, who's acting DDG Real Estate Management Services. Perhaps if we can ask him to deal with specific issues. My email, I accept that sometimes it's difficult to get through to all the emails, so I'd rather not send to me directly, but the DDG might be able to assist in terms of dealing with specific applications. But that's where we have started. Before we open up to the market, we have received indeed a lot of applications for various properties, because we believe that if we get the public and our communities to use some of these properties, it will take the burden off the department in terms of safeguarding and holding costs from the municipalities, rates and taxes, and all those type of costs that are associated. So I agree, it's not a sustainable way of managing the properties. Also, the bigger program of refurbish, operate, and transfer, that is also a strategy by the department trying to address that very problem, and also generating revenue for the department. But I think we have gone into details with the ROT on previous occasions. So I'll leave it there for now and allow my colleagues to respond. Maybe the CFO can start with all the financial related questions, and we can follow that line. Thank you so much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Acting Chief. I'll deal with finance related questions. Honorable Matebula raised the issue of irregular expenditure, particularly for PMTE being high. Excuse me. I think, Chair, we agree with all the members that are raising the issue of irregular expenditure. But I must indicate that one of the questions was to say, who are the people that have been held accountable? We have a number of 55 officials that were referred to the evaluation. The process of consequence management can take time, but I think corporate services can comment on some of the status, how far they are with those areas. And I must also indicate, Chair, because concern has been raised to say we want to condone. Chair, most of the transactions here, they are older than 8 years. Some, mostly they are older than 8 years. So where documents are available, then everything we refer to the evaluations, but where documents cannot be traced because of the length of time, that's when then condonation comes in, or in certain instances where officials are no longer in the department and documents are not available. But we don't just condone, Chair, and there is a lot that we do before we consider any condonation. Then the other comment was by Honorable Tring. I think it was also on irregular expenditure, which I have covered. The other matter, Chair, I think Honorable Member raised the issue of bank overdraft of 1.8 billion. I think, Chair, throughout the year, in the first quarter, we have been reporting on this issue to say clients are not paying what they're supposed to pay. And the minister actually last week when we had an engagement with Auditor-General, he has put a process in place where he will be meeting his counterparts, particularly the significant clients such as defense, seekers, just to deal with these areas where clients are not paying. So that's what the minister has committed to assist us with. But over and above that, Chair, you in the last meeting you were called by you really emphasized the issue of the policy that has stick to bite. We are busy drafting such, and that will be consulted with National Treasury so that we make sure that we have a legal instrument that can assist the PMTE. And another question. Yeah, I think Chair for Finance, I think those are the only comments. Let me hand back to the acting PG. Thank you.
Are you through, Mr. Mandla Stolle?
Yes, Chairperson, I'm done with all finance-related questions.
Okay. Then we must get someone then.
Okay, honorable members, I will deal with issues in relation to the question raised by Honorable Seitlolo regarding the number of employees who left the department during the last financial year. We checked our exit interviews, we analyzed it, and it is true that there is a number of employees who left the department in the last financial year. Reason being that some of them left the department because of their remuneration or the salary that we are giving them. We cannot match private sector, so they had to leave. Others, they left and work overseas. Others, they are within the country in private companies. We've got a number of them also whose contract ended because they are appointed for a specific projects. And we do have others who left the department because they took early retirement for various reasons. And about 10 of them who stated unfair treatment within their sections where they are. And a number of them who took retirement because they were at a retirement age. Their positions already have been advertised. And we've got those who transferred due to family reasons. They are relocating from one province to another province. Then they had to leave the department. The other question that was raised by Honorable Siwisa regarding the vacancies within PMTE. As a department, we had a moratorium from March until June, but we have since advertised a number of positions, 34 SMS positions, and also did the DG positions. Head of ESA has been advertised, a number of DDGs, as well as head of PMTE. I remember there were a lot of concerns regarding the head of PMTE not being filled. The process is underway, is at the DPSA level as we speak. And the other processes, the other position, ISA and also SCM, they were advertised because of some challenges. So they are in a process of being filled. But unfortunately, due to the National Treasury Cost Containment Circular, we are pausing at the present moment, waiting for DPSA to guide us, also give us a circular, so to say how are we going to go about filling the positions that are there. But we are ready, we've advertised, we've done the scheduling, just waiting for National Treasury, for DPSA to guide us so that we can be able to continue the process. We hope that a lot of positions that are critical within the PMTE will be filled soon. Thank you, Chairperson.
Good afternoon, Chairperson and honorable members, Acting DG. I will deal with questions on the contractors, Park Road, Ordnance Rest Police Station. I will also deal with the question regarding the Welisizwe rural bridges. Maybe just to start off, when we issue a bid for services of construction, the bidders normally they will price as per the BOQ and submit a bid, and through the evaluation process, which is run through the legal prescript, there will then be a fair and transparent evaluation, and the recommended bid will then undergo what is known as a risk assessment to check how far off are they from the estimate, are they far below or far above. And once that process has been done, then the letter of award is given. The contractor will then start doing their job. Honorable members, in most instances, the bid that scores higher is the one that has got a lower bid price. And sometimes when they do that, they bid for the purpose of getting a tender. But like I said, sometimes we do raise the challenges through the risk assessment, and some will be disqualified. In the delivery of the infrastructure, they will then experience problems because the site situation will change. And because they don't do the necessary projections, they will then run out of money to deliver, and which then create financial difficulties. Contractually, what we then would do, we will then put the contractor on terms, give the contractor in terms of the contract an opportunity to recover the work and the time. We also issue site penalties. When then it becomes clear that the contractor is unable to perform, we then terminate the contract. The process then of the replacement contractor takes a bit of time, because what you then need to do is that the professional team must then go back to that site, do the remeasurement of the work that is outstanding, develop a BOQ, is then that we can then issue a second tender for a replacement contractor. But what we have done now, honorable members, we have developed a strategy now of panels, which are going to be dealing with all these replacement contractors, so that we cut some time in terms of the replacement contractor. We are currently presenting the strategy at SCM. Once the strategy is adopted, we'll then go out on market before the end of the year for the panel of contractors, together with the panel of professional services. On the question of Welisizwe, when the program was started, it started in 2 provinces of KZN and Eastern Cape. And then we had very few sites in both provinces. Yes, we had one service provider who was appointed through a normal procurement process. But then what happened, honorable members, we then applied through the BFI to increase the number of sites and provinces to implement these Welisizwe rural bridges. So currently, there's 6 provinces. The current contractor that we have is ending soon, but we are already at SCM, where we are appointing 3 material steel supplier. They're gonna be the 6 provinces are clustered into 3 clusters to make a business case sense. Then in each province, we are issuing a tender specifically for aggregates, cements, gabion, and all other building material. We should be going to market, if all goes well, before the end of October or early in November. We aim to appoint these 9 service providers who will then do the supply of material as well as the steel, as well as the material. The question of that was raised by AG around the overpayment, we were still within the contractual arrangement with the contractor. Yes, there were an identification of overpayment in terms of transport cost, in terms of the kilometers, as well as the weighting of the material. We went into a technical engagement with the service provider. I can report, honorable members, that as of last month, an amount of 4.8 million has been recovered and paid back to the department. The question that was raised by honorable member on the different roles between the Department of Transport, SNDF, ISA, and DPWI. DPWI is the one that went to National Treasury to apply for the BFI. We are currently a program manager managing the entire program, but we also provide artisans, clerks of works, and some technical resource to the program. ISA is assisting us on the delivery by also providing monitoring, and also because this program is a SIP, and all strategic integrated projects are then coordinated and managed by ISA. So they play that oversight role, but also support the delivery of the program. SNDF is our contractor, as well as the professional services, because we are utilizing the skill set that is sitting with the engineering formation of SNDF. So they are both the contractor and the professional service. The Department of Transport, when we got the award for the BFI, the agreement between ourselves and National Treasury was that, given that the legal authority of these bridges will either be a provincial Department of Transport or a local authority in the municipality, it was then agreed that the disbursement of funds will be done through the Department of Transport, through DORA, and the Department of Transport will utilize the current provincial road maintenance grant system to distribute the money to the provinces, who then pay back the money through to us as the program manager, because as a program manager, as I've indicated, our role of program management, including the procurement, that we run in conjunction with all the provinces. We have a implementation protocol with Defense, which has been signed between ourselves and Defense. We have a 6 MOA, which we have entered into with all provincial departments that are implementing this program. We're currently in the process of signing the MOA with municipality, because one of the treasury condition on the grant was that once we have constructed these bridges, the maintenance must be done either by municipality or the province. So the MOA that we are signing with the municipality include 1, commitment for the maintenance, but 2, that when we are currently constructing these bridges, because the areas where the defense will set up camps are remote, the municipality then must provide water and pollution facilities. I thought I had covered all the questions that were raised with regard to Welisizwe, as well as the construction. With regard to Park Road, Chairperson, there were contractual issues with the contractor, but we can report to honorable members that the contractor is now back on site. We are dealing with a contractual dispute between ourselves, DBSA and the contractor, and the contractor is back on site. With regard to Ordinance Res, the contractor was terminated because of poor work performance. We are currently in the process of the replacement contractor. DBSA has already given us the cost estimate. We are finalizing the scope so that the replacement scope were clear on the areas that were done by the previous contractor. We will then be appointing the replacement contractor very soon. But we are willing, as Honorable Sitlolo requested, to provide a written response to the committee if our response is not sufficient. Thank you so much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Chair, and good afternoon, members, and afternoon, DG and colleagues. In relation to CJ Abrams speaking, I'm from the DDG EPWP. In terms of the review of the APP, we have been working very closely with the Auditor-General and the DPME, and in tandem, actually. And so the DPME has advised that that in terms of the review of the EPWP, in terms of the APP, we need to go ahead and add an annexure. In other words, a briefing on the consolidated indicator. And when we add the annexure, basically what we are doing is we are listing all the public bodies and all of their contribution to work opportunities. So what this means is that the Auditor-General would then be able to see what Breede Vallei or Inkamasi has to contribute to the EPWP, utilizing their own funding, which is then apportioned to this public body in relation to the National Treasury or the provincial treasuries. And when that appendix comes out in DPWI's APP, it allows then the Auditor-General to go and audit those public bodies in terms of work opportunities. We find that that will improve accountability, and included in the APP will also have to be the work opportunity target that is created through the PMTE, because public works is not immune to being accountable to for the work opportunities created within our control. And so that will improve accountability, and it will also impact on the quality and the coverage of the EPWP reported work opportunities. Then in relation to issues of recruitment of participants, stipends not being paid, or any financial mass management, the honourable member can please contact me at any particular point. We do have queries sent through to the department through the office of the DG frequently. All we ask is that it be very specific as far as possible, to determine which public bodies involved, various issues, what is the challenge, and all of that. And as the overall coordinator, we will be able to engage with the public body, also refer you if need be, and we then will resolve the issue. So any challenges coming up in terms of EPWP, we can clearly identify the accounting officer responsible, and if the accounting officer and also work with you to resolve a particular matter. So whether the matters on late payment of wages, even in the last 2 weeks, I've been dealing with those issues on a weekend, and ultimately we then get a report from the public body that then says the matter of the wages have been paid, etc. It's true accountability, and it is something that we do welcome. So the honourable member can contact us, and we will then take the matter on a case-by-case basis. Thank you.
Acting DG, can you please direct all those that are supposed to respond, because now I can see hands, and I believe those hands, they are directed to you. Now I will deal with the ones of honorable members when they have a follow-up questions. Okay. Miss or Mr. Edwina Malloy, your hand is up. I think you also want to
Chairperson, Honourable Chairperson.
Yes.
Honourable Chairperson, this is Rashad Samuel. I'm the Acting DDG Facilities Management. I'm responding from Edwina Malloy's laptop because of connectivity problems. So if I may,
please
I think
continue. Please continue.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. I think it's prudent for the department to inform the Honourable Chairperson and Honourable members of what the Honourable Minister plans to do with regards to improving service delivery within the mandate of your department. And I think what we should indicate, in addition to what my colleague, Mr. Kubeka, has already contributed, and to respond directly to the question raised by Honourable Selo as well as Honourable Matabula, the intention of the department is to implement an accelerated delivery model using an alternative forms of delivery, where you implement projects through an accelerated process, but at the same time not be in conflict with the PFMA. In other words, the model is 100% compliant with the PFMA. Where one implements a contract and you appoint consultants to do design documentation, procurement and supervision in a much faster manner, and where you can get them on board to execute this design and documentation using blueprint designs, specifically for departments like SAPS, DOD, and correctional services. But where you can also get the main contractor onto site much faster, and where you can, again, by complying with the PFMA, specifically target women and youth main contractors to be the main contractor executing this project. And these projects cut across the total facilities management as well as the repair and renovation projects. I think it's important that the honorable members should be apprised of this, and that once we have a main contractor on board in a much shorter period of time, and we estimate to cut time between 50 to 70% of the current time that DPWI takes to execute this, you go then into a deliberate program of appointing nominated subcontractors, again from specifically the human and the youth, as well as disabled where it allows, designated groups to be able to execute these projects on behalf of public works. And this combined with an in-source model, workshops, if you will, is a model that we believe specifically on maintenance projects and facilities management projects, we'll be able to make a lot of headway and show improvement in terms of what DPW is able to achieve. We have already implemented some of these projects under the TFMC, which is the Total Facilities Management Contract Model, and we've implemented it very successfully for DPSA at Batubele House, for one military hospital. We have another also for Civitas building. We have a number of other facilities like 2 military hospitals, Limpopo High Court, Boyson's High, Magistrates Court, Plettenberg Bay, Robben Island, and so on, where we are rolling it out. And where the clients have actually come back to us to say that the model has proved itself to be more efficient. It's adding core value to our core business, and we want you to extend the model. So we've had a lot of success in terms of this, but what we need to do, we need to roll it out. We've also appointed, or we're in the process of rolling out condition assessments for executed by multidisciplinary professionals for 7 different clusters across various complexes consisting of a number of buildings. But where we fall short, even on this, much as we know that public works has a huge maintenance backlog, I think we fall short in reporting to the portfolio committee on those areas where we are making improvements. And there are many areas that I think we underreport in terms of what we've achieved. And maybe going forward, we'll be guided by the DG and by the Minister as to how we can better report on this in the future. Just in closing, Honorable Chairperson, we are also working very closely with our PMO unit to assist with condition assessments for the ROTP, which is the Repair Operate Transfer Program, where we want to utilize the private sector to invest into existing buildings, and where we can reduce our leasehold portfolio in favor of freehold portfolio. We also, under the guidance of the Minister, looking at the abandoned buildings, and we're working together with our real estate management services branch to identify those buildings and hopefully also to do condition assessments so that we can take back these buildings and utilize it for government as a whole, not just public works. I'll pause there, Chairperson. Thank you.
Okay. I had thought that maybe the acting DG would come on again at the end and try to touch on those points that the part of the management have not managed to do. I can see now the hands of the honorable members. Maybe for follow-up questions, Honorable Tring, Honorable Siwisa, Honorable Sihlolo, the management should indicate to acting DG those that would want to speak. I can't be saying this one and this one. So, honorable members, your follow-up questions. Honorable Tring, Honorable Siwisa, Honorable Sihlolo, CJ, you will respond. I won't say you must speak. I can see that your hand is up. Yes.
Chair, the DG just asked me to advise that she just had to respond to an interministerial committee. She'll be back shortly once she's done so.
So you are telling us we don't have a minister, we don't have deputy minister, we don't have acting DG. Serious guys, you are not respecting us. Honorable Tring. I'm sure it's a legacy hand, ne? Honorable Siwisa.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I have only one follow-up question, and I hope the acting DG will be back very soon. You know, Chair, when we sit in meetings, you hear at a certain point you now get the correct version of who is supposed to do what. Because at some point I had a very concern about the role of ISA in the Department of Public Works, and we were taken through ISA, but today I think it's the first, and I think Honorable Tring asked the question because some of us didn't know what is the role of ISA in the, what's the difference actually between the roles of ISA and the role of PMTE. And according to the response of the acting DG to say that ISA's responsibility is responsible for intergovernmental strategic work. So now my question is, before ISA came, who was doing that work? Who was responsible for intergovernmental strategic work within the Department of Public Works before ISA could be introduced? Because I think if we can know who's there, then we can have a way forward as to what needs to happen. Because again, the acting DG alluded that there's going to be an overlapping somewhere between PMTE and Infrastructure South Africa. So before ISA, who was doing the mandate or the responsibility that has been directed to be done by ISA right now, in order for us to have a clear understanding as to what is ISA actually supposed to do? Because we don't want to find ourselves or the new portfolio committee that comes in and then they get another version. I think we need to get a clear clarity so that when they come in as portfolio committee members in the 7th administration, and then they know the difference between the roles and actually where was the role before ISA could be introduced. So if I can get the clarity as to who was responsible for the responsibilities that are being done by ISA at this moment. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Siwisa. Honorable Sihlolo.
Chair, thank you very much. As I lower my hand, just three things from my side, Chair. Firstly, can I get the contact details of Mrs. Abrams, CJ Abrams? Oh, I see they're there. Oh, there they are. Oh, sorry, I did not see those. I just see them now. Thank you very much, Mayor. Also, Chairperson, the second thing, can I get a registry or a database of the property and land holdings that the acting DG referred to as being dealt with as part of Circular 135, those that are on the table of DPWI currently, because the DG did emphasize the point that they're not looking to go out on public tender as yet, rather deal with the issues that they have in as far as Circular 135 in terms of the applications that the department has received before they can then begin to then move out and go on public tender for the rest of the land parcels or the properties that are at the custodian of DPWI. And then to the colleague, I just didn't check the name, was presenting on another colleague's device. No, that's not the one before. Can I receive, in line with the registry database of the properties and land holdings, also the current state of the Park Road Police Station, and I emphasize it's the biggest police station in the Free State, as well as the current state of replacing or getting a new contractor for the Odendalsrus Police Station, which is also in the Free State. If I can get those two particular written submissions within the normal 7-day period, Chairperson, to yourself, which I believe will then be sent to us, I would be most appreciative of that effort from the department. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Honorable Sihlalo. Honorable Mjobo?
Yeah,
Hand
thank
was
you.
up. Oh, are you
Yes,
still?
Chair.
Okay.
Yes, thank you, Chairperson. No, Chairperson, I'm just worried about the issue of acting DG and the minister and the deputy minister. I didn't comment earlier on, but tomorrow we're going to have a meeting. Maybe on your closing remarks, you must emphasize that tomorrow we're going to have a meeting. The leadership of the department must be part of the meeting till I think we're going to finish on Thursday. Yes. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mjobo. I'm sure UCJ is the acting of the acting now.
I'm here, Chairperson.
Oh, okay. I think your colleagues have told you about the comments that have just been raised by the honorable members, and the report that is requested, that is those written responses, as you normally do. We would really love to receive them at the latest by Monday, because today is Tuesday, so that they are shared amongst all the members of the portfolio committee. There were some hands here that wanted to respond, but I indicated I'm not going to point any member of the management to respond. I will ask you to respond, and then you ask the management to then respond, not me. That one I can't do. Can you then respond on the follow-up questions that the members have asked?
Yes, Chairperson, and apologies again, unavailable. I picked up on Honorable Siwisa's question on who was doing what ISA is doing now. And the simple answer is the various departments and the municipalities in every province were doing their own infrastructure. So ISA was created as a means to then consolidate all the infrastructure efforts of the country, so that they have got one repository for ease of reporting, and obviously to manage the impact of what those type of projects can do if departments and municipalities and provinces work together towards a particular economic goal. That is what was happening. It was all over the show, being done by various state organs. And then also to confirm, Chairperson, the issue that was raised by Honorable Seitlolo on the register of applications that we have received in terms of Circular 135 will be submitted on Monday as you direct. And also the reports on Park Road and Wardendal will be submitted on Monday. If I have missed anything, Chairperson, please do forgive me, and then I'll ask my colleagues to come in and assist. Thank you.
Honorable Siwisa, is it a new hand or a legacy hand? Just
It's
like
a
Honorable
legacy, and apologies, Chair. Apologies. I was just
okay.
to the
Okay, thank
response.
you. Thank you so much.
Am I lost or Chairperson?
Chair is muted.
I think Chair is muted, yes.
Ah, thank you so much. And I'm like speaking. Thank you, Shuaib and Inez. Thank you. Honorable members, thank you so much for your interaction and deliberations today. The reality is that the report of AG didn't give us anything new. It's issues that we have raised and we have not got any positive responses from the department. I hope that the department will then take seriously all the issues that Auditor-General have raised and also implement recommendations that the Auditor-General has raised to the department so that it can improve its audit performance. The qualification, as much as it is an improvement for a disclaimer, but we don't want this entity to be where it is. There's still work to be done, especially in ensuring that PMTE remains this entity it is, unless we want it to be a skeleton with nothing on it. And the reality is that if it doesn't perform well, the user departments will do their own projects on their own, not using the department that is supposed to do so. There is a lot on that Auditor-General's report. I hope that the department will sit down, all the managers, and ensure that whatever that is written there, whatever that has been picked by Auditor-General is corrected. Really, we appreciate some of the responses that we have had, especially on this new issue of Welisizwe, that you are promising that there will be other companies, not only a single company, to provide materials now for these bridges, because we've seen how those bridges change lives where they are constructed. We hope that you will do that and you succeed on that one. It's something that is needed by the people of South Africa. On those few words, honorable members, because for now we don't have any other item. Do we or Lwazi, do we have any announcement?
No, Chairperson, at the moment.
Okay. The reality is that tomorrow, again, it's a full day. We're dealing with the entities tomorrow, and it will be 2 entities, one at 9, and then we'll take the other one at 12:30. We're hoping that the acting DG, minister or deputy minister, will be part of the meeting. It has been, we have noted today's that the minister and the deputy minister were both absent in the meeting. Whilst we are still doing with the meeting, the acting DG also left the meeting. That is not good at all. It shows a lack of respect to the portfolio committee that is doing its oversight work on the department. With those words, honorable members, thank you again.
Chairperson, I apologize to interject. I know that Lwazi has noted my apology, but I felt it.
We have it. He has already sent even it to me.
Okay, no, thank you so much, Chair.
Okay, hoping that Honorable Wendy will be in the meeting.
Yes, she will be in the meeting, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. The meeting is adjourned, honorable members.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair and members.